pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's why I asked you today.
Or snow.
I couldn't stop it.
Yeah. Always weird to come here for that. Mrs. Vladimir?
Yes.
We want to have some. This what we normally do from 9 or I guess 8 today until 8:15 is open up for public comment. Do you want to go now or do you want to wait till Matt? You present first, Kevin.
Yeah, I present first, anyways.
So either way, however you guys want to do that, you're more than welcome to do that now, or if you wanted to wait till 8:15 when he's on the agenda.
Doesn't matter, whatever
You
you
can
want.
go now.
Okay.
Can you speak?
Yep, we'll let you be able to get going and not have to hang out before
I'm
that.
on, huh? Is that
You're
what
on,
you're
yeah. Come on up. If you want to sit in
Great.
this chair or stay back there, either way, whatever you're more comfortable with.
saying?
I'll get this thing started up, get my agenda on there.
Can I just slip in his
Yeah,
chair?
yeah.
And I'll move over when she's done. Okay, so I'll help her out here a little bit. Laura called me Friday, and then I called you. There's a tower going in south of some property that she owns, and I think I sent you guys the information. So this is a map that's kind of good to look at. Her house sits about right here off the map. I might have a better one that shows it. The problem that we run into is her first deal was she wasn't notified that the tower was going in. The reason she wasn't notified is because our regulations say any tower that's 100 feet or less is just permitted. It doesn't have to go through the special use. The regulations were written at a time where cell towers were the main concern. Most of them will be over 100 feet, so they'll just come through the process. We started seeing more of these. I think we counted 4 in the county when we were up in my office of the Wi-Fi towers, I guess, from Nextlink, and they are setting right at 100 feet, and so they just have to go through the permit. I'll go ahead and let her explain some of her concerns with it, and then we'll see if there's anything we can do, or maybe something we want to do going forward, which wouldn't help her situation now.
Well, I'm hoping you can help my situation. My front door is right here. So if they put this tower right here, it is just right out my front door. It's like, what did you say,
100 feet from the property line.
Like if it fell, it has to fall on his property. It can't get on mine, but that's 100 feet. This right here is where my dining room window, my front door, my living room window, my grandchildren's bedroom, all those windows look out on this tower. It's just right there. And it's not an attractive tower. It is solid. I mean, it's probably as big around as this table. Solid. It's not one of those, I don't know
Frame
what you call
towers?
it. Yeah, where you can see through.
I haven't either. We haven't had, this is the first one that was
Yeah.
applied for and the first one going out.
Yeah.
So
How I found out about it is they came last week last week and dropped off some poles. Is what they did. So they just dumped these poles right here, and it's not even all of it. It's just maybe the first section of it. I don't know, but it's huge. It's big around. So I did find out through, is the gal's name Jackie that works up in your office? She comes down from Kingman. And
Deb.
Oh, okay. And she said that obviously Nextlink did the same thing in Kingman, and I believe she said all 5 of their towers are up already. So I was in Hutch, so I went through Kingman to talk to the planning and zoning, I think his name was Stan, and it was Friday, and he had left for the day. And but their towers are up. And the thing of it is, not only are they this big as a tower solid, but it has, you know, all the stuff that goes around it. It's kind of like a little house that sits there. It's boxes and wires and yeah. So I'm just coming to you guys to say, wow, can we get this? I've had this property. This property has been in my family for over 100 years. I take great pride in this.
So this is our house here, right here. The house is right there back.
The house is right here.
Right there. Yeah, right off.
So this is, right here is where the tower's going, is right.
If it falls, can it hit your house?
It won't,
No, it's
because
far
it's
enough.
measured
So it's
to
permitted.
be. No, you're right. I mean, it's measured to where it
Yeah,
won't.
it's
If it
permitted.
falls either way, it will not hit
It's something.
Right.
the electrical,
It's permitted to be 100 feet off of the property line.
I believe that's why they moved in one along 44 down here.
Yes,
They
we
built
even
it.
had a case on that one. We had to go back and call the company and say, you're not in the right place, and we came in
And they moved it.
They moved it
Oh,
forward.
they had them up and then had to.
Yeah, it's over years.
That, down there by the
Freeport.
gas plant, gas power station,
Yeah.
down there off of, yeah.
Freeport, they had to move it because
Mhm.
it was hit the highway.
So, yeah, if they start constructing it within 100 feet of that property line, then we have a recourse as far as zoning to go back in and say, hey, we're not gonna give you an occupancy permit because you didn't follow the regulations, and you can either move it or.
Okay, my question is, since they went by the regulations, what course do we have to tell them to move?
Well, about the only thing I can think of is for you to, or for the county, whether it be me or you guys as commissioners, I think it might come better from the commissioners since I already permitted it. For the commissioners, maybe just to write a letter and say, you know, we want to work with you guys, we want you in the county, but in this instance, since it's so close to the house, so close to the property line, can we move it farther south, maybe a little bit back to the east to get it maybe back behind
Get it out
these
of her line of
trees,
sight.
out of her line of sight.
well, the deal is, this is his house.
Yeah.
This is his property, this is his house. What I'm frustrated with a little bit is, okay, this is your tower, you get free Wi-Fi because you've done this. You never came and talked to us. The courtesy of rule is, to me, I've been on this property a long time.
Yeah.
But he put it right, he didn't put it where he could look at it. He put it where I have to look at it.
I mean, legally, there's really nothing we can do about it.
No, but they follow the right course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they follow
yeah.
the right course of action, but maybe just a
Yes.
letter from the commissioners as a body saying, hey, we'd love to have you in the county, but in this one instance, can you work with us a little
Please, yeah.
bit? And then what we could do in the future is, see, if it would have been 75 and they would have had to go through a special use, it would have been a little bit more drawn out process, but they applied for this back in,
I think you said March
March.
or April.
I kind of remember.
yeah, so January, February was when we received the application. So even just them getting the tower up is taking quite a while. But by going through the special use, you might extend the time frame of permitting by a month or two. But what it would allow you to do is look at specific cases, give the adjoining property owners a time to come in and say, hey, yeah, we see this as an issue. Can we work with each other and move it back maybe to here?
Is there, I'm just
And
asking,
where-
is there certain places they want, I'm assuming for signal?
I'd think, yeah, I would think there'd be an area.
They were looking for anything. for a
Yeah.
while. I mean,
Oh, were they?
Yeah, because they were looking for anything
And then-
out in the southwest part of the county or northwest, whatever, trying to increase.
I think the closer they can get to the power lines, the less
Yeah.
expense they would have running, but moving farther south, the distance west would be,
Honestly, to tell you the truth, we tried to visit with them too, and came up against some very rude people. It was just like, told, well, this is none of your business, it's not your property, and I said, well, I'm not against a tower and the Wi-Fi. I know our area needs, could you move it? And I'm thinking, his only connection to get this on his property is, it's not like where he's getting all this money to have it put on there.
No,
He's
no,
getting
no.
free Wi-Fi. So could you just pull that contract from him? However that affects them financially, I have no idea. And put it somewhere else in that area. There's a lot of acreage in this area.
Yeah, they could have put it north of your house. They could-
Yeah,
I mean, all
there's
that stuff, north of your
nothing,
trees
there's
there.
nothing that would,
Yeah.
yeah. And the thing of it is, this is my son, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Queries or where,
I know where it's at.
you know what I'm talking about? Okay,
You're on
so,
Crystal Road.
yeah, this is Crystal Springs Road. So my son, I have a son that lives here, I have a son that lives here, and I live down here on the highway. So this is my home place. And I'm thinking between the three of us and owning property in this area, there's numerous other places where you could put this tower and not have somebody having to stare at it.
Right.
And if he wants the Wi-Fi out of the contract, you can have the Wi-Fi, put it somewhere back in here, any of these places where nobody has to look at it. But I think it's like he said, the electric lines, having access to it, you know, his little driveway here is like a 2-track. I don't know, but there's numerous places not to put it right.
Outside your house.
And I know when you look at this map, and even in talking to them, it's like, oh, well, that doesn't look like a big deal. Go sit at my dining room table.
Yeah, if it was their house, they probably wouldn't want it out there.
No, you wouldn't.
It's not a big deal then, 'cause it's not their place.
Right.
No, I get it.
So I don't know, can you
What do you
help
think
me?
about it, at least sending a little bit of a letter saying, hey, we know everything, you're within zoning requirements, but we're asking you,
Maybe reconsider
yeah,
location.
move it somewhere just not outside somebody's window.
I mean, I don't know that,
I don't know what it'll be, you'll have any luck, but it'll be,
It's
you can reach out. I mean,
yeah, 'cause
Yeah,
it
and
is-
that's, so there's no guarantees, but
Right.
I'm in favor of doing
Okay.
something like that. Can you
Yeah.
draft something
Yeah,
for
we'll
us?
draft something, yeah.
Okay.
And then see what we kind of
present it by
respond
next week.
Okay.
You'll
That'd
have,
be all right. I mean,
you'll have the sheriff look at it too, make sure we're.
Yes, I'll send it through, the attorney.
Yeah.
Now my fear is, what if I go home and there
It's
they
up
are?
to them.
Yeah, because they did dump the poles off. So is there
I can reach out by phone
Phone
and see
call.
when they're gonna try to start, when they're thinking about starting. I'll just, hey, I was looking through my permits and ran across this, wondered if you guys had, what
Okay,
your
that's right
plan
outside
of construction is.
Right outside somebody's front door.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm sorry, that's about all we can do is.
No, that's
if you
it,
can
that's
reach
just-
out.
We may need to
That's a
change
start.
that height.
Well,
Bring it down to 75, and that would still allow people that want to put up, local people that want to put up the, we
Radio.
talk, huh?
Radio,
Yeah, radio
like
tower,
ham
the
radio.
ham radio towers, that would
Yeah.
still be well under that. But you think about it, even 50 foot's a 5-story building.
yeah. The thing is, I hate government being involved
Right.
in too many
I get
things.
you.
And
I get
think
you.
we already have our hands
But
on
the nice thing about zoning is it is there to protect the surrounding property owners too.
Right. So
So this
maybe-
could have been taken care of had they had to go through special use. We could have been like, no, let's move this south.
But maybe not so much of a height deal, but within so many miles of.
We could
house.
look at that
I would
too.
rather see that, because
Okay.
if they wanna put it out in the middle of nowhere, I don't care how
Okay.
high they want it.
Okay.
They can do whatever, but I think in this case, if you put it within somebody's home, then we need to be sending a notification out to the homeowner
Sure.
saying this is gonna happen, because I think back in February, had we sent this to you, you probably would
I
have.
would have, I would have looked
Yeah, she
into
would
it to
have
see,
come in.
yeah.
Certain,
So that she would have gotten notification.
Right.
I always think of the compressor station down by my house, and you
Mhm.
know that gripes me,
Mhm.
because that got pushed through and nobody even knew that was going in. And then now looking back, well, yeah, they didn't even go through the proper channels, and so now I have this huge compressor station that vibrates my whole sink and house.
Yeah,
And we were there first,
yeah.
but nobody ever knows. So that, within a radius, I think maybe
How,
would be,
what are we thinking for a radius? Quarter mile?
I'd say within a
Mile?
half mile or
Half
so,
mile.
you know, mile, half mile.
Yeah, let me know.
Just give notification that there's a
within
tower
a mile,
going in.
that'd be plenty, that way everybody knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
And without a mile, you wouldn't even notice the tower going in. Well, you would.
You
I would
wouldn't
see
bother
towers.
it.
Yeah.
We'll draft something on that too.
I'm sorry, that's about all we can do.
No, that's,
We're more than willing to try to help, but again, if they're out there putting it up today, there's probably not much. It's just,
They did it the way we had it.
Right.
and it's,
They
I'm
followed
assuming
the
been that way
process.
for quite some
Yeah,
time.
yeah, since they were road, so.
So
And
I'm
we'll
sorry about
do
that, but we'll do what we can do.
so what would be the chances of contacting him and asking him
Just have him show, who is that?
This is Sauer, Michael Sauer. Asking him why right here, why not over here? Would that just be my?
I don't know, I mean, I
deal?
can,
Would that
but I
be-
don't know that he would know the answer. I think he
Right,
probably
because he
came in and
put
they
it
picked the
to-
site. I'm sure they had surveys done and analysis done as far as radius and, you know, it might be that if they move down here, they miss a house up here by,
That's what I was wondering,
100 feet.
there's a reason why they picked that
Mhm.
spot, other than probably just your.
yeah,
I mean,
right.
they're covering more people with
Mhm.
that.
But
It's like
and I don't know that he will know, but I can definitely reach out if I can find a phone number and contact him.
I know I've seen the Canoga ones before, and they have like bubbles around their antennas, so like these round things that they do, and I'm sure that's the same thing.
I went to Kingman to try to look, and like I said, I couldn't, he was gone, and I couldn't, I just wanted to see one.
What the towers look
Yeah,
like.
what it looked like.
I know down at our house, they're getting it off the Shook elevator, so that's, I can't compare it. I know they've got something down there, but it's on the elevator, so I can't take it, I don't know what it looks like. It's not something I'd want out my south door looking out the window, I'll guarantee you that.
So the compressor station, are they certain radius too now?
It was supposed to be, I mean, you know more about it than I do, they were supposed to have gone through zoning, and they didn't even go through zoning, they just built a compressor station there.
New ones do.
Yeah.
And they have, so like he's permitted the one out by Wolf,
Mhm.
so,
But that was a brand new one.
Right.
yes, they just didn't follow the
They
guidelines.
just came in and built their compressor station.
So is there any penalty to that?
Apparently not, because that was before I was even on commission. When I got on, I said, well, how was that even allowed? Well, because it wasn't. And nobody grabbed loud enough to get it shut off, I guess. So,
Frustrating.
yeah, it is. We'll do what we can.
Okay.
There's no promise on it, but we'll do what we can. So thank you
Okay,
for
no
bringing that
problem.
up. and
Yeah,
Thank you for
your
bringing
help.
it up.
Thank you for your time.
Get something back for us on that.
Yes, will.
I think it needs to be in.
And 1 mile instead of the height, correct?
I think so.
I think so.
Radius is
Leave
probably
it at
better.
100 foot, but do a radius
I'm
around
all
it.
right with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, and
So
I'll send
everybody
that
knows-
through the attorney too, to let him over. look that.
Probably better, so.
Okay, that mean I leave?
You can
I'm
stay,
done.
hey, no,
See
you
what you
can
guys are up to?
stay,
Is
you
that
can
what-
stay all morning long if you want, I don't care. You can also watch us on YouTube live, right? Most days, is it on? Yeah, so you can also watch us on the internet. You can just bored and have nothing else going on.
Nothing to do.
No weak plan or anything like that.
Well, thanks, guys.
Hey, thank you, appreciate you coming
I don't
in.
want that responsibility.
You don't want to stay there?
No.
Okay.
Thanks for hearing that, guys.
No, yeah, we do. Unbelievable.
Try to handle those stuff in the office, but sometimes
No,
I
that's-
have to reach out and.
That's nothing that any of us would
I
think.
think, like I say, I think this is one, I'd like to know, I mean, we see present what they want, it may not help.
Right. And it gives the county and the adjoining property owners a chance to voice their opinions and work together and get it positioned
Or we
best
know
for
where it's
everybody.
gonna be at,
Right,
no
yep.
doubt.
As far as for the update, I think you guys had been presented an abatement the other day and wanted to talk to me about the abatement.
Yep.
It was 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
I got a copy of it. Here,
Okay.
Ryan.
It's in here, too, so I'll have to sign it.
Okay, yeah, that's the actual form. This is just what we sent through. So, so.
And just so you know, it's just one of those things that anytime these come through, we just want to have a heads up from you, or know from you, okay, this is why this is coming through.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So what this was it was a personal property, mobile home. It had been on the tax roll. We did not get the rendition back, so we left it on the tax roll. And then when he got the tax bill, that's when people decide they want to, hey, we don't have that anymore. So this particular one was a trailer, and it was sold to Blanchett as part of his, he bought it for some storage, moved it onto his business there, Blanchett Plow. It used to be Blanchett Plow. So it's now a commercial personal property, which is exempt. And so we just abated Mr. Jones's taxes on that and did not pick it up. We listed it on the property, but it's not being picked up for taxes because it is exempt. Okay.
Fair enough. That's kind of all we were looking for.
Yep.
Just
Okay.
Just want to know.
not a big deal, just wanted to hear from you what we were doing.
So the process on this, let's talk about that a little bit. In our office, we, through CIC, is where we start this abatement process. The appraiser's office is the only department that I know of that can start an abatement. Then it'll go to the clerk, they'll process it and send it to the treasurer after you guys seek it for approval.
Yeah.
So just the process of, in our office will change a little bit. I'll probably have Jackie or Deb, when they do an abatement, print me off a copy. I mean, I see it, but if they print me off a copy, I set it at my desk, I can bring it to you guys next time it comes in. It's kind of designed through the computer system as a checks and balances. That way we file it, clerk processes it, treasurer pays for it. And none of the departments can do the other department's job. So if it's generated, it's coming from us,
Okay.
just for reassurance for you guys.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll have them start printing up and putting it in a file, and then I can just bring them down. Hopefully, I won't have to be in here every week doing it, but
There will be times when the clerk's office will generate one, but usually that's only in relationship to like the tax sale or a special assessment, like a city taking
okay,
off
so
or
they
something.
do have an ability to generate in their department. Okay,
Yep.
thanks for that.
And then does it go through him after that, if they generate it? So he,
No.
but in a tax sale situation here, he knows that that's,
Yeah.
okay, okay. So I need a motion for negative negative $224.02 for the abatement. All in favor?
Aye.
Easy enough. Thanks for that, man.
Yep. Do you guys have any other questions for me or anything else we need to
Think that's
discuss?
it.
Keep us on schedule.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you guys. Enjoy your morning.
All right. You too. AP, we need to sign this one. That was last week, we approved that one. So we're looking at the
No, you're in November now.
25th. Yeah, we approved this on October
Yeah.
25th. Just need a signature on
And then the sheet going on.
that. I'm gonna do it next. Minutes from October 11th. Kelsey's made corrections on those. Did we approve those? We just need a signature on those? On the October 11th ones? I can't remember on that for sure if we did.
I can't remember either.
October 18th, though, she made corrections on that. Can I get a motion to approve that one there? So moved. All in favor? Aye. October 25th minutes.
Something from Hannah, right?
I do have just a couple easy ones on there, Kelsey.
Okay.
And these look a lot better, so thank you for that. These minutes look a lot better. The adjournment was 12:05 p.m. and not a.m.
Okay.
Hey, did Jason know we were meeting at 8 o'clock? I was just thinking.
He got the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think, Darren, should we put in here somewhere that we were at Selco that day? Do you want something included? And that's not your fault, Kelsey. I just think it's probably something that a year from now it'd be nice to, if somebody looks up.
I want people to know we was
Do you
there.
want it up at the top in,
Yeah, maybe right here at the beginning where commissioners met in regular session
At Selco?
Selco,
basically?
and Anthony or Selco, yeah.
Did we?
Okay.
So that's not your fault. I just wanted.
No, you're good.
That's the only changes I've had, Darren.
Okay.
Did you have any more?
We put the ones in for June, so didn't we? We met Jimmy's?
Yeah.
We need to get something on this one.
And that's just so we can look back someday and know that we were there. So, you okay other than that?
Yes.
So you want to make a motion to
So
approve?
moved.
All in favor? Aye. What's the title for?
We finally got the surplus van sold and picked up,
Okay,
the minivan for Department on
so
Aging.
they got the miles and all that on there? No, that's Jan Hardy on that signature.
Well, she bought
Yeah.
it.
She bought.
You guys picked her name out of the.
Okay. Can I get a motion to sign that, Darren?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. I only had 200,000 miles, that was just a baby.
Brand new. One bargain. Should have bought a main service truck out of it, bro.
Well, yeah. I've got an old Yukon I use for hauling mineral around. I use it, to pick up a bunch of mineral. I leave it stored in there in the back. It's easy to grab out of the back of it. I don't have to date that, do I? Nope. Doesn't. Payroll, did you get a chance to look at that here? Did you see that trick or treat and all that?
There wasn't a trick.
Alright. Payroll is $164,659.08.
So moved.
All in favor? Alright.
Nothing bad to do with it, right? You can take some money from somebody.
Can.
I think. I guess that's also,
Do what?
I'm assuming that's also good.
This is resolution for,
That was the one you guys approved last week. That's
Okay.
misspelled Darren's name.
okay, so
So
it's
it's just you guys signing.
2021-20.
Yep, you guys are just signing it today.
Okay.
They just don't. Yes.
Did you see, did we approve the 11th meeting? No?
I don't see that we
So
did.
we probably need to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that knows
I am.
She's noting.
I'm watching you. You're good.
it. There's a way to scribble like I do, I guarantee you.
You don't make the motion for that.
So
If you don't remember, then we'll brush over real quick.
these are ones we corrected, right?
Yes.
Yes, I'm good with it.
He made the motion, all in favor? Aye.
And I'm assuming he'll be here, or we want to send him through that signature.
We can, you and I can sign it, it'll get it anymore. That's cool. Thank you. Kelsey, the only thing, like last week when we went through that, tour, I should have probably adjourned it and stopped. We gotta have you with us on stuff like that.
Okay.
Because truth be told, I think we could probably get in really hurt
Yeah.
for that, for you not being there. So next time we do something like that, and you are aware this afternoon we're headed to
Yes.
this program. Okay,
Yep.
so we need you there for that too.
Okay.
So I don't know what could happen if somebody wanted to push that very far. I think we could probably get a little bit of a ding for that. So I apologize to you because I should have been smart enough to say we're not doing that, but I kept thinking maybe Kelsey was around the corner coming and she didn't. So Aaron, I apologize. I probably should have shut that deal down while we were in the process. So, and who's up? Are you up, Amy?
I think Chris and I are up.
Oh, Chris? Sorry, Chris. There he is. Yep, sure enough. Elected or executive session warning, it looks like.
It is lots.
We're gonna get a lot of meetings today.
A lot of
There's our chairs outside, so is that?
Is that what it's for? Not a driver's license?
No.
Chris, Amy, you're both in here. How long do you need?
Just 10, 15 minutes.
30 minutes?
It won't be long. Will you need time after this? Okay. 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got transfers yet. That's that folder. Sorry.
How could you miss that? Big
Well,
giant-
one sec. We're still ahead. Let me do these transfers real quick. This is for the month of October, I assume, yeah?
No, this is for
Oh.
the month of September. We, the October, we haven't gotten the, daily statement for that, so you can't process them yet.
Okay. So the month of September, it looks like total transfers were $23,665.51. Can I get a motion for that one?
So move.
All in favor? Aye. No, it is 11/1. And two for October, yeah. Oh, I did, so a little bit. Okay. So you need 15 minutes, you said?
Maybe start with 10. Do you have a lot you want to talk about? Maybe start with 10 and we can stay ahead.
Darren made the motion to go in executive session, subject to be discussed, I assume, with personnel matters.
Yes, sir.
And the justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personal matters of non-elected personnel. The meeting will resume in this room at 8:40. All in favor? Aye.
You all should have, I emailed.
We still are not quite 8:40, so we need to wait till it's 8:40 minutes.
Right. Where's Commissioner Vornoff this morning?
We have changed enough for
No,
Commissioner.
no, we haven't.
He'll be in just shortly.
Okay.
These circles are almost empty nesters. Are you excited or sad? Excited, sad.
Yeah.
We really need to have Marloff here for this next meeting because, I don't know the conflict of interest on this.
Did Jeff say when he'd be here?
His appointment was at 8:30.
Did he forget that this meeting?
We probably need to do it.
Oh, it was just a conflict.
I want
Okay.
conflict of interest on this next meeting.
Yeah, I didn't think about
I
that.
don't mind waiting.
Okay,
I don't have anything else.
okay. Yeah, and you know why, what he's saying? He
Yeah,
didn't,
I understand.
he didn't want to upset mama at home, so that's basically
No, I
right.
understand. I don't blame
I
you.
totally get it too, Darren.
Well, so do you want, and then I know the other applicants are actually, were wanting to be here as well. So do you want to go ahead and do my review
Yes.
first?
Yeah.
Shall we just go ahead and do that?
Yep, so we need another 10 minutes?
I think so, it'll be quick, unless you have a lot you wanna visit.
I have a little, not a lot, but I have
10 minutes cut?
Okay,
Okay, you want to make that motion?
salute.
He made the motion to go into executive session, subject to discuss personnel matters, justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters, and all that personnel, the open meeting will resume in this room at 8:50. All in favor? Aye.
Is the meeting on?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Don't forget to hit that button.
Don't forget to hit the button. development group. I put that on there, and then also, I'm gonna talk to Reed about it. And believe me, every time I have any kind of legislative year, I talk about broadband and cell phone. It's ridiculous that that private companies can send people to the moon or wherever out into space, and we can't get rural broadband. And
Because we don't have the people, is what the problem is.
But that shouldn't matter. That should be priority one. Especially with the way our country is going and everything is online and.
Well, but I think people forget, if you get west of Anthony, you're gonna lose it. Every time.
Absolutely.
You get east of Anthony, everybody's got good cell phone service.
But that's wrong.
No, so
Yeah.
that's one thing I'd like to see if people,
Well, and Can-Okla, you know that whole situation with Can-Okla, they lost part of their spectrum.
so we had to drop in two of our house because we ran out of internet.
Yeah,
So we didn't have
and the state didn't even know that it affected anybody in the state of Kansas until I called them. And Jill Keeney, the next day, calls me and she goes, "Man, you work fast." She goes, "I just got a call from the Department of Commerce. They want to know what's going on."
Yeah, nobody even said a word.
No,
So you
and
just
then-
quit working and nobody
Yeah.
would say a word.
And I
We were still paying our bill and it didn't work.
And I called Moran's office and I said, "Why would you allow the FCC to do this? This is crap. You're letting the bullies."
Because we don't have people.
Well,
Topeka and Wichita and Kansas City run the show,
yeah.
and we just sit here and ride along. That's the way it's
But
gonna
but they're gonna hear from rural America. As long as I live here.
be. All right, thank you, Shelley.
You bet. Okay, so now you wanna do the,
Yeah.
we haven't, with Commissioner Warnoff's not here yet. So do you wanna do the first,
We'll do
this
the first.
this one? Okay. Okay. Well, actually,
Is that in the no?
Here's
Or is it-
this.
You just have that, okay.
there's this. So, we will go actually to the CID application number 2. So the requested amount was $175,000. The committee the CID committee actually did meet in person and had a great discussion and came up with 75,000 with an additional 25 if needed, and obviously with the request being as high, I'm pretty sure that, so a total of 100,000 with 20 jobs created, $250,000 in annual wages, and a projected $750,000 in sales. Now, I actually, for your viewing pleasure, have made copies of
Thank you.
the different awardees in the CID and the amounts. So this is one of the highest requested amounts with the 175. However, when you look at some of the other requests that have been made in the past, you see that different places have been awarded significant amounts. I mean, with the 20 jobs and the annual wages and the projected sales, I mean, this is certainly exactly the kind of application that we want in this CID because it will absolutely regenerate the fund. It's bringing jobs, and 20 jobs in Harper County is very significant. So,
Bringing food.
and it's bringing food on Sunday.
Yeah.
Good food on Sunday. So,
And who's the committee? Remind me who's on the committee right now?
so it's myself and Melinda, and it is Mr. Coggins, Charlie, and Lyle.
Okay.
I don't know Lyle's last name, sorry. And Sheila,
Okay.
Country at Heart. So it's basically 3 people, 3 businesses that are in the CID, and then 2 county employees. And as you guys know, we transitioned the CID literally like in the last 2 weeks from the clerk's office up to my office. So
My opinion on CFD, I always trust what that board says. But above and beyond that, I know anything, and I've told you this, I think anything with their name on it
yeah,
is successful.
absolutely.
I've seen nothing otherwise.
Well,
So,
you have an entrepreneurial family that has.
well, it's more than just here locally. They've got
Absolutely.
a lot of other things going on. so.
And I think, this county has missed some opportunities because of,
she spent time on the commission, so I think they sat back and didn't do a whole lot more
Right.
because of that. I think had she not been on commission, we would have seen one.
I think we have a great opportunity with this business, and so yeah, I mean, and I think the committee was, conservative, and I know that the family and the applicants are very, very grateful, for any kind of help, because, I mean, this project is gonna be over $500,000 project.
I also think it's gonna bring people to town. to
I
eat
do
there.
too. I do too. As a matter of fact, I was just talking to some of my family in Wellington and Sumner County, and when I told them, that this was a possibility, they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll absolutely drive over."
Oh yeah, you see Facebook light up whenever, I don't know how it got out, so
Well-
really, but Facebook lit up with, oh, I'll come eat there.
Yeah. Well, and what's interesting is it's so misleading because the name of the franchise makes you think it's just one type of food, whereas their actual signature item is
Oh, yeah.
something that everybody will drive miles and miles for. So.
Question I do have, the CID,
Yeah.
financially, can they handle it, Melinda?
So I don't reconcile the CID fund.
So, but you've looked at it recently.
I have, yes.
I have. And
That's my only concern, guys, is the CID.
Yes,
So-
so I went through and, because it hadn't been reconciled, I went through and did a quick reconciliation before the committee meet. There's 181,000 available, and the CID tax is holding, it's not as high as it has been,
Yeah.
but it's holding right up there, which is surprising. So, yeah, I can definitely handle it.
I think if we built buildings on the north side that would never be filled, then why would we not follow through with something that's gonna bring people to do it?
Right, and people and good things. So, Melinda actually sent me this spreadsheet, and so, I mean, the numbers look good, and we have money to cover it. And, and the committee did actually, I mean, they were very excited, but they wanted to make a recommendation that I think that was open to your interpretation. So if you wanted to go higher or whatever, it's completely up to you. Again, the request was for 175.
So, if they get, if we give them 100, they can come back in and get another one if we go more, or is this the only one they can apply for? I don't know how that's really.
Well, so that was the question today that came up, and I did want to ask Melinda that.
So what was it?
So anybody in the CID has to exhaust their CID privileges, and then can they apply for a community development grant as well?
Only if the CID money is exhausted.
Like empty?
So as long as the CIDs are in place, that has to be totally gone before they can.
But we did have a project in town, that didn't feel like they met the standards for a CID project. And so they allowed them to utilize a community development grant instead. Because
Which,
they didn't collect sales tax, they
Right.
didn't feel like they were contributing to it, so they didn't want to use it.
Okay.
but the CID is a better route financially for them to go.
Yeah,
than
so
that
because
by
the
a long
grant
shot.
is only up to 40,000, so the
Yeah.
CID has more availability.
So, and you guys both know Kendra
No,
and Carla.
I know Carla.
Okay.
I know Carla.
So Kendra and her husband Caleb are the two
Okay.
that are applying, and I think the cutie here will probably be
Future employee.
future wait staff.
Yeah.
So anyway, so if you did have any specific questions or anything, you're certainly more than welcome. That's why they wanted to be here today. So I think, I mean, in
What's your
my
opinion?
opinion, I think, this is a business that is literally doing everything we want in the CID. It's bringing jobs, it's bringing a tremendous amount of, wages and projected sales, which is how the fund gets regenerated. So to me, I don't have a problem with you guys amending it, and I know the committee doesn't, because they just wanted to be on the conservative side, but I feel very confident that again, like Melinda said, this fund is being constantly regenerated anyway, so it's not like you have a finite amount and then you're done. it's a regeneration. And this is no doubt a business that will be contributing
Well, and I don't think Pizza Ranch is gonna allow them to set up a branch here in Anthony.
and fail.
If they have a thought that it's gonna fail, I mean,
No.
they're not gonna let
No.
somebody do that.
Well, and that's why, I mean, to be honest, and you, Kendra, you can kind of talk to this, I mean, they know the reputation of this family and the drive, and they've never granted a franchise this small, but they know that if anybody can make it work, it's this group, so,
I don't know.
yeah. Anything else?
So
You're
the
just
100
cute
would
back
be-
there. The
I would-
cuteness is killing
I
me.
was exhausted, but say, if I only 5,000 left, they're going to have 80 or up.
Yeah, but the CID committee is recommending up to 100,000, correct?
Yes.
If I understand your notes right. So that's, my opinion, I'd go with that.
I'm good with that number too.
Could you maybe go 125?
That's what I was asking.
Oh, I have no problem doing that either because I want a place for my family to eat.
Okay,
And my kids heard that this is happening and they want to go eat.
okay.
I'm okay with 125, just 175
So, go
is
ahead.
just a little tight. with the
I think-
400
I think-
in there.
Right,
Yeah.
because the application actually states 100,000 now and then 20, and then the remaining 75 over the next 5 years.
Oh, it does?
That's
Yes.
what the application actually states. That way the fund is not depleted.
That's what I was saying, because we only had 180, so we couldn't do 175.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
it does ask for 100,000 this year and the remainder of the 75. And you're right, actually, that would be 75 over 5 years with the money being paid back to the bank. And I think that was kind of the issue. So I think if we did say $100,000 this first year and then the rest be over the next 5 years, but perhaps even just pay directly to you all then.
You can go to the bank.
Yeah.
Good morning. It's gonna bring a lot of stuff here. It's
It
gonna
is.
bring people here.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning. I'm okay with that. I didn't know that's what the application said.
That's why I was asking if they could get more, if we could get it more money later, that's why.
Have you ever done an application where it's paid out over
Yes,
time?
we have several that are still pending, actually.
Okay.
One, two,
So if you wanted to do something like that, that would certainly,
That was the question earlier, if we get more money later on, if they could get more money at CID at later time instead of all at one time.
but does the official amount has to be approved now? And then, but then it can be spread out over?
Yeah, the motion would have to say the amount and the term
Yes.
of payout.
Okay. Again, if we're crazy enough to build buildings that have sat empty for how many years now?
Right,
And that was huge, a lot bigger than this.
right.
This is not anywhere close to the same type
Right.
of, so I'm okay with it.
Well, and this is a fund generating business. You know,
Correct.
and the committee even admitted this, that they had granted some applications that were not regenerating the fund, just because there were not a lot of applications at a certain time, so they were starting to give, monies to people that weren't actually regenerating the fund. This business is
Or some that
exemplary.
generate nothing at all, and
Right.
there's some pretty significant amounts that
Right.
generate nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
And
you
then
look
there's
at
some
that,
others that are
so
no longer even-
these are amounts, they're not even in business anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are the amounts that have been given in the past, so yeah, I mean, I think that, I think we're pretty good with saying,
So you're saying we need to give like 5 years, 15,000 maybe 5 years, or you want it all at one time?
no, I think the original request was for 100,000, in the first year, so upfront, and then, 75 over the remaining 5 years. Yep,
Yeah.
so 15 then after that.
It doesn't have to be 5,
That was what was on the application.
Yeah,
That's what you'd be okay with, though. Cameron,
I'm okay with that.
do you want to make that motion?
You want to know what we're doing?
Well, you might fill me in a little more.
Okay.
Go ahead.
so we have 2 community improvement district requests today, and we're on this one right here. So right now, they have originally requested 175,000 with 100 coming the first year, and then the other 75 over the next 5 years. So the committee met and said, we are totally fine with 100, but then the jobs that are created, the payroll, and the projected. So again, we don't want to exhaust the fund, although it is constantly regenerating, and we do have about $180,000 in there right now with, Melinda saying that the sales have been pretty consistent even with COVID and everything, so the fund continues to regenerate monthly. So like in September, it looks like there was, $26,000 that went back into that fund. So you're talking, it's regenerating pretty steadily. So anyway, and so the committee, like I said, was on the conservative side, because at the time we actually didn't, we had kind of some rough estimates as far as the numbers, because unfortunately the CID fund was not reconciled, and it is being reconciled now. And we also had that transition between the clerk's office and my office, and so that's why the committee was kind of a little bit conservative. But that's the beauty of this process, is that you all can go above and beyond and grant what the actual request is.
Darren will make that motion then. Darren made the motion for the 100,000 front, and then stretch the 75,000 out over 5 years.
And that motion needs to include the resolution.
2021.
2021-21. So 2021-21.
Okay.
I think you said that, right?
Yeah, that's.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Good?
Okay, but we have a second one.
I know we did. Congratulations. Good luck to you guys.
You guys.
All
I can't
right.
wait for you to hurry up and open. How long?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
Spring.
Spring of 20, yeah, spring of next year.
Next year, yes.
So,
Okay, very good. Congratulations.
all right, now we can get to work.
Yes,
Yay.
thank you. We really appreciate it.
Well, and I might also mention that right now Caleb is fighting for our country here. He's
Yep.
deployed, I mean,
He's doing some military stuff, yeah.
so, I mean,
He wouldn't have been anybody.
right, that's part of the reason that he's not here, is because he also serves our country, and I think that's pretty awesome, so, anyway.
Thank you.
All right.
And thank you for your service, because that's not easy for you while he's gone.
Yeah, but we get by, support of the family, that's
Yep.
what we're about, so.
I can make the cutest babies in the world.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, go
Thank
on
you,
to that
ladies.
number one. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Okay, so the first request that we also have on the table is from the Harper County Conservation District. And of course, their representative is here, it was Robin. And they submitted an application to remodel their current storage building into the new office space. They basically have, and if you've seen it, they've turned the back into like a, I don't want to, not like a carport. That's the horrible word. But anyway, and then the actual building itself is being remodeled. They had all local people help with this project: Hodson Construction, Gieson Electric, Hazel's. And so their total request was for $32,688.53. The committee recommended 25% of the request, only because there are no jobs being created and no sales tax being generated. But certainly we still wanted to be to give this group a nod that they appreciate what they're doing.
Okay, so questions I have on this.
Okay.
I guess that doesn't make sense to me that they only recommended 25% of it because of the no jobs created and no sales tax. When you also go up through here and you look at some of these others that didn't create jobs, didn't create sales tax, and they gave them a heck of a lot.
Well, so again, you have to realize that some of this was being awarded at a time when there was not anybody else requesting money, and I feel like, and I don't know the exact history, but I just know that this is what the committee was saying, is that they feel like, yes, a precedent has been set by some of these nonprofits and by some of these groups that have received monies, but that is not the actual idea behind the CID. It's not just to give everybody money. It truly is
to improve the CID
to improve
district.
the district, if you go back to the actual original meaning. But with that being said, I think that's why the committee wanted to do something, because this is still improving a building in that district, and so it makes it a lot more aesthetically pleasing to that whole area up there. So I mean, and I have visited with Robin. We're certainly gonna visit about, some other options. I will say the committee was a little concerned about that it being a government entity. I mean, I'm just expressing what the committee said, and that there's already government monies, going there, but I mean, I'm just throwing that out. But I do think, it is, what's neat about this project is it's like I said, it's improving a local CID building, and
Well, that's what I was gonna say, the money they're getting is not for what.
no, not what this is for, no. And they use all local contractors, so that money obviously is gonna turn over in our community. And to be honest, it creates a much better atmosphere for the farmers that are using the conservation district, and it gives them a much better and easier, more accessible place for them to come and meet and do all that kind of stuff. And Robin, if you
I don't think everybody understands that the federal government dumped on.
No.
Took a huge
Yeah.
dump on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I don't think people realize that. And I'm not a fan of spending money, you guys know that, I don't like, but I am a fan of helping these guys out. And I wonder if CID is not the way to go, and they're not gonna get, significant funding this way, can they go?
Yeah, so that's similar to the other project I was
Right.
talking about, was they didn't really feel like the CID was the best avenue, and so they used an economic development grant.
Repeat that.
Yeah, that's part.
So the last applicant I was talking about, which was Selco.
Right, yeah. Oh, you're saying these guys could do the same thing?
Right.
Which would mean how much more for them versus this?
Well, they can get up to 40,000 in matching dollars, so what was their total?
Their total was 32.
688.53.
So that would only be able to do like 15.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it specifically says in there that it's matching, whereas the CID does not.
And how quick of a turnaround would it be if Robin were to decide to do something a little bit different?
We can take care of it pretty quickly. I mean, I could probably even write it, because
Yeah,
that's,
so the applications are almost identical.
Mhm.
And so if you just wanted to say, instead of CID money, we'd rather do an ED grant.
And is there money there to do that right now?
Yeah.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts on that, Robin?
That sounds great. I was just told that, we needed to exhaust the CID first.
'Cause that was.
We're in that district.
Yeah, because that is the
We
rule.
needed to move that avenue first. And so we went through the process there, but if there is a better option, the conservation district is all about that, so.
Yeah.
And I know you're not gonna say anything about it.
Well-
What are your thoughts, Jeff? This is your chance to make some good
Yeah.
points there at the
Yeah.
house.
And
Couple
Robin and
of benches there.
Robin and I had that conversation this morning because, she wants to do all she can to help, get them the help that they need, because they are they are a serving organization.
Sure they
They
are.
serve our people and our farmers. And so, she's wanting to, exhaust that. I knew that in the wording of all the different things that the CID had to be exhausted first, but yeah.
And also, we did change that economic development grant thing. Do you remember that we, on the lower cost projects, is 25%, not 50? So they would only get like 8,000.
No, well, do you feel about the same?
Yeah, not the same.
Yeah, so, yeah, up to you guys.
So in the end, it really doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It's kind of a wash.
How are you guys, and maybe you don't wanna answer it right now, but how are you paying for this anyway?
We have the, reserve money in our CDs,
Yeah.
and they will have to,
They'll be gone after this.
they won't be gone, but they will be greatly diminished. We had already decided with that addition on the back to cover our equipment, so we can protect our
Right.
equipment and everything. We had already decided to open a CD to do that. That was voted upon, and they felt that it was important enough that we do that. That was planned, budgeted in, ready to go. This was kind of a surprise. And it's gonna mean a total budget change for us anyway, because we don't have any furniture, no office furniture. That's always been provided by USDA and RCS. Cleaning supplies.
You're on your own now.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be on our own. So it's gonna affect us in the long run on a budget as well. And we needed to see what avenues were out there for us
Well,
to help in the beginning, so we can get set up.
because currently in the USDA building, they are subject to all federal regulations, which,
Oh, I know,
I
that's
think
why I
you all
don't
know
think
the-
people understand or realize
yeah, so
we
the,
got done and told them.
so part of the reason that they want to be out of that building is so that they don't have to be subjected to.
Well, they're not meeting in there, they haven't been in there for 2 years.
Yeah.
We haven't had a board meeting we've had one board meeting in there in over a year.
So this way they can actually have their board meeting.
We can't have farmer meetings in that location. I mean, you know, we can go somewhere else.
See, and I had wondered why you guys were meeting in other places. I didn't even know
Yeah.
then that's what was going on. Nobody had ever said that's why you were meeting in the donut shop.
Well, we hoped it was a shorter term thing, but now it's kind of becoming a permanent thing.
I wanna help them out, however we can figure out how to help them, because I think they're gonna be in a very, very tight spot, even though they're pulling money out of CDs that they have. I look at the extension office, and you guys, back before I got on, helped build the extension office for those folks up there. And I wanna help them however we can. I don't know
We
how.
don't
else.
lose them.
No, I use them some, not like other people do, but I know there's a lot of people that depend on them to help a lot of places.
I'll make the motion on the CID. I mean, I don't know why you want to change it now. It's gonna be better.
Well, but my question is, can we find a way to help them
More.
a little more?
Oh, you mean to stop up and above this?
That ain't gonna go very far. And the more money we help them with the building, the more money they have available to use for operations, because I think they're gonna use more on operations than what they think right now.
Another thing that you could do is you have special project money in economic development into plum thicket money. And so you could just say, like you did the welding program,
Yeah,
just say this amount of dollars from that fund to the conservation.
well, that is economic development in a community that's largely agricultural.
Basically, gonna be using both anyway.
Yeah, so basically approve this and then do another motion to do a flat amount as kind
What do
of,
you
not a
think?
gift, but
Do you wanna come back to us another time on,
No, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think go ahead and approve this out of the CID and then I would say, yeah, flat, I don't know how much is in the plum thicket. It'd be good.
that's what I said, you guys wanna have a little bit of time to look over that together and then come back next week maybe?
Okay.
What do you think?
Well, we might as well approve
Yeah.
this right now.
Hey, you're standing up.
Yeah. I think that's.
He wants to be able to
Well,
go
look at-
home tonight.
Well, why, I'm looking at other people that go in there to buy the seed, the grass, and.
The equipment and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
So Jeff, you wanna make the motion on CID, you did pretty well already, right? Okay, and that'll be 2021-22.
Yes, resolution.
Yeah, I heard that, I was just repeating. So Jeff made the motion to approve the CID application, it'll be resolution 2021-22. Jeff made that motion, all in favor? Aye. Yeah, and so then, next week, when you guys come back and give us an idea of what we can use to help them a
Absolutely.
little bit more.
Yep.
And do you want to be a part of that conversation with them then?
Sure.
Robin, that way, okay. So if you guys get together pretty please.
Okay.
Jason?
Ask a question real quick. When you said that they have been dumped on, can you expound on that, or maybe can you?
Robin, you want to tell them how, what the federal government has done to you? Or,
Well, with federal regulations, they have COVID restrictions, where at sometimes the doors are locked to customers, and sometimes they have to make appointments, and all employees must be vaccinated or test, well, all USDA employees must be vaccinated. Conservation District or partner employees must be vaccinated or test twice a week. And that includes board members,
that are volunteering their time already
volunteering
anyway.
their time already. That includes board members, although now they've even, it's been that way for about a year, but now they're.
So Melinda, then we'll get with you and we'll see what else. Does that work, Robin?
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I
My
wish we.
aim is for the end of the year. I'd like to get the Conservation District out of my dining room.
Probably your husband would too. Thank you, sorry you.
Does everybody have to sign it?
No, just checking.
Oh,
Thanks for working that, Sean.
Thank
Both
you.
of them.
yep, no problem. Thanks, Evelyn.
All right.
Okay, we'll go.
Okay. Mike, I think you're up, aren't you? You and Sheena?
Chad's up first, I think.
I don't have my agenda.
Chad?
Yeah, Chad will tell us.
Since you're in the Christmas spirit.
Yeah.
I've seen my problem, didn't you?
We, been working on the Cather Bridge, Mike Allred and I, and, you know, we went and measured it up to see what the waterway opening is, you know, because that one needs a permit. You know, the easiest permit to get is to put back the same waterway opening that's there now, and there was 53 square feet, so, one of the cheapest and easiest, you know, if you've got the equipment to do it and, you know, the crew that can do it, is to buy the precast concrete boxes. So if we do an 8x6, that's 48 square feet, so we're getting real close, and then we can do two 24-inch overflow tubes on each side, because that channel is only about 10 feet wide, so you know, you can't be putting anything too big in there. So, you know, that's kind of our plan for, you know, that gets us up to like 54.5 square feet. We can do the slam dunk, easy DWR permit that way. You guys have a big enough track hoe to be able.
How expensive are those boxes now?
You're about to find out.
He said back in the day, they weren't that much, I heard they.
Probably just
Well,
like everything else.
They're so busy right now. You know, there's probably twice the amount of construction activity right now on highway and bridge stuff as there was 5 years ago. And KDOT's getting ready to flood the market next year with tons and tons of projects. So these people, you know, used to be you could call and get one in 2 or 3 weeks. This is 6 to 8 week lead time now because they're so backed up. And of course, you know, the pricing follows along with that as well.
These aren't the ones that have aprons that come out the sides, or are they?
No, no, these are just the box sections, 30 feet long. You know, the bridge that's there now is about 22 feet wide, so, you know, the roadway, you have to grade down on it, so it's gotta be a little bit longer than what the bridge was now, so. Ask for quotes.
Before you get into that, my question, on what size of tubes are you talking again? The tubes on each of the overflow tubes?
24 inch.
Okay.
They'll be set up higher, so like the box flow line will be, you know, it's gotta be buried 12 inches to meet the Corps of Engineers environmental stuff. And then the flow line of the pipes will be up about 3 feet from the flow line of the box. That way they don't silt in, but they'll
I was
get.
thinking, you know, small tubes
Yeah.
don't do well.
Yeah, that way, you know, it'll have to have 2 or 3 feet of water in that channel before the tubes ever come into play, and that'll hopefully, you know, the foxes and stuff probably love it, but
Yeah,
they'll get flushed out.
Beaver and everything else.
Yeah. That steel will be a little cold on them, but, so we asked for quotes from 3 different places. You know, there's several places that make precast concrete stuff. Most of them make the easy stuff like parking blocks and parapet walls and manholes and curb inlets. There aren't a ton that make these concrete box culvert sections. Mostly because they're kind of heavy and cumbersome, and you know they've got to load it on a truck and then deliver it, and then you get it off the truck and set it in the hole. But they're McPherson Concrete Products out of McPherson has some sister companies, one of which is in Wichita called Wichita Concrete Pipe, and they do them. Because you guys are close enough to Oklahoma City, Nance Precast in Oklahoma City does them. And then Old Castle Precast in Topeka was the other one that we asked for a quote from. They called me and asked some other questions. Mostly, they wanted to know if I was asking for a quote from McPherson. And because they compete in Kansas so much, when they found out that I was asking for a quote from McPherson, they just didn't even submit anything. So, yeah. So, McPherson Concrete, sister company in Wichita called Wichita Concrete Pipe, had a price of $20,396 and 62 cents, and then Nance Precast out of Oklahoma City was at $26,273 and 28 cents. So, you know, the closer outfit there in Wichita, you know, is cheapest, and you know that's probably about as inexpensive as we're going to get away with doing away with the complete bridge. There's going to be no load restrictions. You'll never.
Yeah.
this will last for 80 to 100 years. You'll never go back to that site for a long, long time, so.
What money do we have available in the bridge? We should have planned that, right? Budget, bridge?
In the bridge fund? Yeah, we still have money in the bridge fund. For that, we didn't spend anything on steel yet. And then we have 45,000 in culverts still, that's sitting there.
How long lead time on that, you said?
6 to 8 weeks, so it'll probably be January before they would be here. But one of the nice things I can see a lot of these in you guys' future, getting rid of some of these timber structures with these kinds of things. And it sounds like maybe your guys, have never done one before. They're pretty easy to do. So I think it would be a good training project, if nothing else, just to get used to doing them. They're a much better solution than the timber as far as years of service. I mean, you're going to stick them out there and not have to worry about them. The other thing that's nice is they're heavy enough that if you do get that 100-year storm, they're not going to be a mile downstream.
Do you have to have a rock base or anything?
Yeah. You put some base rock down. They come with precast toe walls that go down about 2.5 feet. So you excavate for those, set those, and then that kind of locks in. There'll be, since this is 30 feet long and they come in 6 foot long sections, there'll be 5 of those, and they'll kind of be locked in between. And then they come with the hub guards on top, so you can grade down to them. That way you're not just losing the gravel off the ends. So.
And as far as these going in, how much quicker are these than the old timber bridges to put together?
Oh, this is a one-day deal.
Be it done and out in a day.
Right.
And I did cost out that Attica Bridge, that last full rebuild, as far as lumber and materials go, and it was like $50,000.
Yeah.
Right, so when you look at that 20,000, we can do it ourselves in a day, it's a lot better.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
I agree with what she just said. $30,000 is $30,000.
Yeah.
I know you probably haven't looked at all of them, but how many of our bridges would qualify for this?
Well, I suspect there are several of them, especially in locations like this where there's not a ton of trees upstream to where you're worried about, a good sized branch catching and hanging things up and plugging it up. You go to, Kingman and Reno counties, and they have a lot of these where, they've set them side by side where they've got 3 or 4 of them in a line. But because, they have areas that are, don't have a lot of vegetation, they can get away with it. Now, other counties in Kansas that have a lot of trees, they wouldn't do that because they'd be out there picking stuff off of it after every rain event. But in some of the places where you guys don't have as many trees and the drainage area is not really big enough to carry anything large enough to plug it up, I can see this, being kind of a quick and easy solution to a lot of those and a more permanent solution.
Right. I like it.
They're handy. There's a lot of counties doing them now.
Have a bridge open first part of February at least, pretty quick.
Oh yeah, it'll be, if it gets here in the morning, they'll be done that day. So, if the truck doesn't get here until the afternoon, then maybe they just get the pieces set off the truck so that they can turn around and go home, and the next morning put it all together. But it goes to get the crush sheet. Yep, those, you guys can have those.
He had just brought this up right before you sent me that.
Yeah, that's an old 80s and 90s KDOT design that they found out, years later, wasn't all that great. The best fix for places like this, one of the problems is the ditch grade going down to the creek. Nobody wants to go back past the bridge and grade it to start heading down towards the creek, 100 feet past the bridge. They wait till they get to the bridge and then it just dives off. So you have too much slope, and then the water picks up so much velocity that it starts eating out underneath that concrete. And once it gets a start on it, it doesn't take very long. So what KDOT does now, and what we do on new bridges, and I've even done a couple of scour countermeasure rehabs, is you put down the geotextile, you got to regrade the ditch, and then put down geotextile fabric that gets tacked down with steel stakes, And, you know, you have overlapping joints, it's got to overlap by 4 feet everywhere you have a joint in the roll. So you put that stuff down first, and then you put down a bedding of smaller rock with some fines in it, and then you put the big rock in. And that keeps the geotextile and that smaller rock with the fines in it, keeps it from getting a start on anything. Because you can put just riprap down and it'll still do this, because it gets in between the rocks and down in and takes it away.
Or you put the big rock in first.
Well, on a deal like this, he's got his own quotes. He's went out and got the, do we need to keep ourselves out of trouble here? Do we need to have our own quotes? A bid opening type deal?
Well, I told them that it was for you guys.
Right, but still for what we do, we still have to go
Yeah,
out
per
for
your
bid.
purchasing policy, you are supposed to make a motion to go out for bid. If you want to waive that policy and just accept this, that's totally fine too.
Or are you gonna get it cheaper or else?
Well, I don't know, I think he's done the work, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying just to keep, because it'll happen. Sometime in your time on this commission, someone's gonna come in and say,
Well, you did it once, I think you can do it again.
you know, and they're gonna come in and question why you sent that with somebody. And I'm not saying anything against you.
No.
I think you did a great
Well,
job, and I'm glad you're here.
And the reason I did it is because it's not all apples and apples. Like the outfit out of Oklahoma City, theirs are 8-foot long sections. Well, they're 25,000 pounds compared to the 6-foot sections are 15,000 pounds. Whole lot easier to handle. You know, they ended up being low anyway, so it didn't matter. But if it had been reversed, I probably would have been telling you that you needed to spend more money just because it's not apples.
In the long run.
Yeah.
Well, but what
it's
I'm
not
also
apples
saying,
to
again, nothing
apples.
against you, is the whole
Right.
idea. You guys don't even know this guy, and you're asking, you're
Right.
trusting his bid process that he's getting us the cheapest quote. You
Right.
don't know him, you don't know his connections to this company, what's he getting out of the deal? So, again, nothing against you,
Right.
I'm just saying, those
Yeah,
questions.
somebody who doesn't know any better.
Eventually, sometime in you guys' commission career, those questions will come up and somebody will wonder,
What do we need to
what
go for bid then?
I'm trying to say,
We just pass the buck and say, Mike Oliver.
well, no, it wasn't even Mike. It
I
was-
thought Mike was the one that was.
Well, Mike called the
Mike
former
brought
Sumner,
it in, but, you know.
he called the former Sumner County engineer who I had worked with in Dickinson County, and he recommended me.
I think just to keep it from ever being a possibility or a question, I think in my opinion, and this is just one person, but I do feel like, man, we ought to go out to bid on that, just to make sure everybody's on the up and up, and that I can answer that question. Do what?
Off them specs.
Yep, and just to make sure when somebody calls me asking, well, who's this guy that got you these quotes, you don't know anything about him? Well, no, I don't, so that's why we took it out of his hands and did it the right way.
The only reason I asked is because I knew that they'd ask a bunch of questions that, you know, Sheena or Mike wouldn't necessarily know the answers to, because I've done this a bunch in the past where I get it set up for the county, and then, you know, after this point, it's them and the county dealing with each other on, you know, invoicing and delivery and all that stuff.
But I think if Sheena uses you and Mike use you to help set up that bid process, we'll know exactly what we're getting.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think?
Better play it safe, you know.
So we need a motion to go out for bid on this deal and to have her prepare a bid,
Operating box.
right? So Jeff made that motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Appreciate you doing that.
Yeah. Do you guys want these?
I'll use them to prepare my bids.
There you go. So we'll move forward on that.
Awesome.
Thanks for bringing that idea out. I think that's awesome. I hope we get to move forward on a lot more. That'll be quick and easy.
Yeah, there's a lot of counties that are using.
Way money ahead.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Well, and it's something you can do yourself without having, the bridge contractors are getting super busy, and it's gonna get worse next year. So anything you can do yourself, you're way money
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
We can pull in that little while.
Plugging things. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you. No problem.
There you go.
Just
That was a good response.
How are you, Mike?
I'm fine,
Good.
Right.
That's a good deal.
Probably so. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it, especially when they cost us out.
All they have to do is talk.
Sometimes
They do
it's
that.
like,
I know.
ooh-wee, and they didn't even do labor costs because it took a long time. I am gonna have to cancel the Cypress demo, his excavator's still down.
Oh, yeah, so we're not going to medicine today?
So, yeah.
Darren Aaron cursed you.
What'd you do? You didn't want to go over there anyway.
I have a week to plan today.
He has weak plans.
Oh, well, there you
Well, I was
go.
actually gonna ask, because Rafe is sicker than a dog, nobody home with him, I know he's damn near 20 years old, but he is sick. I was like, do I really need to go to this alone? So I'm letting him go.
Okay, good.
It's funny,
Working out.
funny how that
You
works
did
out.
today.
It's working out today, but yeah, his service tech was supposed to come last week, he's on his way this morning.
Okay.
So,
Maybe we just take our roast over there, and just hook onto it, and bring it home and try it.
Yeah.
Not today.
Oh, okay. I was gonna bring it home, Mike can bring it home and we'll play with it a little while. Do the bridge while we're at it.
Hope that ain't the reason it's broke down.
Yeah,
yeah,
me too.
just go in there. just grab
Concerns
it real
me.
quick. The new grader that we just bought will be here any minute. I don't know what time it is.
Hey,
That was quick.
9:30, yeah, between 10 and 10:30 it will be here. We do have 7 graders outgoing this month, 5 are incoming. Well, 6, including the new one, but Lisa's. So those 7 will get inspected in the next week or 2. The 4 out of the 5 of this batch that are coming in will be here also this week, between Wednesday to Friday, not for sure yet, and then the other one's a week behind. So.
just make sure they're getting clean and all the screws and everything in them, because they go over with a fine tooth comb.
Right.
I count it.
Grease, just that fresh grease on them.
Hey, Mike, I need you to go get with Clyde here. I did those ditches up there, something about, I was at a funeral in Oklahoma when he was calling.
I talked to him,
Something about they didn't finish the end and it's washing out across the road, I don't know. But he said, all I gotta do is clean that deal out so the water can run down the ditch. I'm like, okay.
I will look
To the north.
Check out those.
I did talk to.
Basically passing the buck, Mike.
It's all right. I like Clyde.
Oh, I do too.
I talked to Sean about the inspecting. Basically, they're gonna inspect it and then he'll tell us everything that's wrong with it. And then we can decide to either fix it or get dinged for it.
Which
So
one is this?
whenever,
what's this on?
that's for all of those graders that are outgoing, so there will be 7. And here's when.
Well,
they'll
they
be tired.
inspected it once, did they not give us a report? I wanted to report what they found, they must not have did it.
At the end of, yeah, I didn't get anything
I
as
didn't
far
either.
as that goes.
I told them, let's know what they need in each one, I never got a report back from
But
them
they
at all.
did inspect them, Thompson said.
Yeah, they did inspect them.
What report
They said they're gonna inspect them again, so,
Oh, they do that.
Just
well,
at the end of the lease.
yeah.
See, our lease was up, so they came and inspected them, but they didn't tell us what was wrong, if there was anything. And then inspect them again to see, I'm assuming to see what happened after the last inspection, if anything
So
happened.
it's just a one-time deal for these.
Right, but your tires have to be at 50%, your blades have to be at 50%. So I'm really hoping we don't have to buy any tires.
Well, I would hope not, we just got them put tires on before we got, that's not even a year.
Right, so the other 2 that I'm not sure about, so.
And they have to be returned November 22nd.
November 22nd-ish is when they'll go back, yes. So they'll inspect them and give us a few weeks to get our stuff
Okay.
done. We did talk to the guy about renting a temp excavator. We talked about that for in between. He normally rents those out at $5,500 a month, but he gave it to us for $2,500 a month.
Do you need it that bad?
Last meeting, Jeff said it was reasonable, and I figured 2,500 a month is reasonable for, yes, we need to get
I
the
think
bridges
it's
tore
right
up.
myself.
Yeah,
When are they supposed to have that one here?
This week, for
The,
the rental.
okay, when's the new one, or new one, they would expect they don't have one?
February,
Right,
March.
February, March-ish, so, I mean, if we rent it for 2 to 3 months, we're at $5,000, $7,500. We can get the whole bridge ripped out, we wanna get Singer ripped out, that kind of stuff, about that Cather one, so we can put the cement in there. And then speaking of culverts, okay, and money. So we are out of 24-inch pipe completely. Here's our current inventory of culverts. And that's all smooth pipe except for that one corrugated So I talked to Melvin, and he has some used pipe, and that's J&A. And here's the prices that he listed for all of those.
Which is smooth pipe.
It's right, smooth pipe. And I did get just a quick quote from Wellborn on galvanized corrugated to see the price difference.
Do we want galvanized coordinated though? I don't really want.
No.
No.
It was, right, so it was just to get kind of an idea of if it was gonna be in any way cheaper, more cost effective, but even the galvanized 16 gauge, I mean, it's more expensive than that used stuff.
In the use, we don't have to go out on a bid for it.
Right, so I have these inordinate spending requests. I have one that basically is 2 loads of the 24 and 1 load of the 36. The other one is just 1 load of 24, 1 load of 36. If you guys want to look at those and tell me what you think.
Is it possible to get all of this stuff ahead of time so we have more time to digest all this? Other than just this, like, when you come, I mean, is that, I know you're busy.
I mean, well, yes and no. Yeah, because I just kind of put it together on Friday, so.
Right.
Yeah, because usually agenda items are due Thursday by noon.
Yeah, my brain doesn't work fast enough to make decisions.
Can you send this to us so we can think about it for a week? Or do we have to have this before a week?
Well, you know,
And the next thing
Melvin
is-
is always in a hurry, so.
Oh, yeah, because it's used, he said, he told me he had some of the ones that are not going
Right,
already.
and so
Price
in,
of steel's going up.
it is going up rapidly. I did write the justifications down there. We do have 45,000 in our forward budget remaining. We haven't used anything this year. We have slashed that to 25,000 next year.
Yeah, I agree with you about this year.
And this is a really good deal. And the reason I got the galvanized one, you can see that the used smooth is cheaper even than galvanized pipe right now.
So what's the total you want?
So I have 2 different options. We can either spend it all, which would be 45,108. That's 2 loads of the 24-inch and 1 load of 36.
Which I think would be a good idea with the price is still going up like it is for next year.
Yeah, who knows where the end of that's even going to be.
Right.
Well, you said it's flattened off, but it's still.
Still, yeah. It's not going to drop.
No.
Right.
Maybe never. Yeah.
So, and then the other one was just 1 load of 24, 1 load of 36, if you wanted to be a little more conservative about it. But I think Mike was,
Spending it all would be conservative
Right.
in this case. Especially 25,000 next year.
right, yeah. It's basically half the budget next year. And like I said, we're completely out of 24-inch pipe, and that's a pretty common size that we use all the time.
Probably ought to get 2 loads, I guess, or
The
The
bigger.
full
bigger
load,
number.
the bigger one, okay?
what's the number, 45,108?
Mm-hmm.
Money lady?
I haven't looked, no, I don't know.
You haven't seen that.
No.
What do we have in our budget, you said?
There's $45,000 in that line item over.
And you just spent 30,000 of unbudgeted bridge money.
Yeah.
There's still the 60,000 in steel that we haven't touched.
I'd like to give that a week to let Melinda digest that for us and look at the numbers and make sure that we're okay.
Yeah, what's the money we have?
Yeah. So I'd like to give her a little bit of time. And that's what I'm saying. If we can get this ahead of time, we might have been able to make that work had I been able to turn her, because I use her a lot. She's the money lady. So if you get, did you get everything you need to look at?
Yeah.
Okay. How much longer do we have to use?
Not very much longer.
Okay.
And then I also need a copy of that Cather culvert amount. What was the total on it?
Catherine.
Catherine.
Not Willa Cather, it's.
The amounts that we were looking at,
Yeah.
yeah, I will.
2031.
I mean, I didn't ask you guys, I assume you're all right with that.
I
want a
wouldn't
little time to
know.
digest that, make sure we got finances to do that. Because without that, then pretty quick we're gonna be out of money and wondering what happened.
I know wages and stuff like that was said good, I just don't know about.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just got a very large bill on our road issue, so we want to make sure that we're watching that pretty close.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We got 1 mile left of core blacktops finish rocking before we move to Waldron, north mile. And Ted Lickens is going to start his boring at 9 o'clock in the morning up there on Bobnack Roads.
Did you do the other trenching yet?
Done them both, they look good.
I've got a question for you. I had a bus driver approach me about somebody's entrance to their house. And it's on Southwest 60th Avenue. You know where John Shellhammer lives? You familiar with John's house?
Hmm?
You know,
Didn't we put that?
well, for John's house, it'd be south of John's a mile. It's where the Elliots have put in they brought in.
But I thought we put another cord in on their property.
Well, it's not for Shellhammers. This is south of
No,
there.
I'm talking another, somebody else's. Who is that we put that second cord in to get in their house?
See, Marie Caldwell's the last one, but that's a totally different area.
This isn't a new one. There was no house there. Man, that house has only been there maybe a couple of months now. But they put in a modular home. The guy used to live there, Sizzler, I think his name. It was a big 2-story house, big old gross 2-story house. They burned it down, those days. Anyway, the bus is having trouble getting in and out of the driveway. She says the culvert's too narrow. And it,
Hannah?
yeah,
Yes, no, she came and talked to us about this, and I just don't think that we have gotten it done. I have her bus route map, she's the only one that's brought it to me. Yeah, she wanted an additional culvert, so she could come in and go around. I don't
oh,
know
she
if
didn't even
we-
say that to me. She just said the one that she pulls
Right.
into, she can't get in and out, and she's maybe trying to back out once she
Yes.
pulls in. And because
Right.
that's her turnaround point.
Yeah, so she said the property owners would let her go all the way through and then put in another entrance up here so she can turn around. Because she doesn't, yeah, she shouldn't be backing out anyway, but
Yeah.
that entrance is too narrow for
I knew
her
that's the same one.
basically. Yeah, no, you're right, I don't think we've gotten to it yet.
Is that different for bus routes, stuff like that? Because if you put in another entrance or culvert, they pay for it.
Well, I don't think she was asking for another. She was just asking for the one that's currently there. There's one that she's worried she's gonna back off on the bus and destroy the bus there.
So, long culvert.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
might
I
go
thought
take.
Sheena just said to put one on the other
Oh,
side.
yeah,
So
That's not what she told me.
That's what Kana was
Oh.
asking for. Ideally, in her world, that would be the best. But at the very least.
She must have
widen
decided
it.
that wasn't necessary. Like, she just.
Like, just help me with widen.
But she does need to know that if that's what she wanted to do.
Right, well, and it's-
Even if it's for a bus route, it doesn't matter, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like I
One
said, and
entrance
that's
per
something I have to talk to the
property.
property owners about, right? She
She
said,
must be the one she's using. It's not right what she thinks.
yeah,
You might take a look at it because she is worried and concerned that the bus is going to have a problem there.
okay,
So,
we'll check that.
it's so south of the highway, whatever the highway's called. We always call it the highway west of Anthony. If you live here, you don't know what they call it. What do we call that one? What's that one?
K2.
Okay, so over here on 60, you go south, be 1 mile and then another, like it's just right there on the corner. And there's just a whole bunch of trees and
She said her house on the corner.
yeah. So it used to be a mile south of the highway to 60. When you're out in the territory, you might swing around and look. I hate to see a bus driver concerned. Because if they rode a bus, that's not a good deal. So anyway, might take a look. That's the only concern I have for the weekend. Thank you, Mike. You good?
Oh, about the rock, we got their pad, right?
Yes,
We got
yeah,
our pad
we
gave it to us.
discussed. Mhm.
Really?
South and west, down around the state line.
They're taking them out. They took out a saltwater disposal the other day. They're really cleaning them
So,
up.
we dig in their pad, I assume we have to have a hold by a certain time, I didn't talk to him too much, I assumed the front.
Right, so he will call me back in a couple weeks whenever it's ready, and I asked him about a time frame. He's like, just whenever you guys get done.
I like
It's
your
fine.
time frame.
So-
Yeah, it's a good time frame.
I don't know if there's something down there, instead of hauling all back.
So I have a question on this rock. Is this the same rock that's being put on roads that we're having the tire issues?
That's railroad rock, this is just oil field rock.
This is white rock.
They're breaking up all that stuff.
It's basically on
It's clean chip or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some of it could be
With-
chip, right? Maybe some of the fun.
My question, how deep are those pads out there?
Remember they brought those in, it was
I know
hundreds
the
of
one that we had
truckloads.
down there, it
Yeah.
was like heavy.
Well,
So
there
this
was,
big stuff underneath
Yeah.
there.
there was 3 piles of that, about that, there's a lot of rock there.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying some of that stuff, instead of hauling all the way back, or there's something in your part of the country.
But I know what you're talking about, I've been hearing a lot of complaints about that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Well, but part of it is when the guys are grading, if they see those big boulders, they need to get out and kick them off the road.
Not boulders, we're talking about railroad spikes.
Well, yeah, that's not a good deal either, but.
And when it rains, they're gonna keep working to the top until they're all gone.
How long ago was that railroad rock? That was a long time ago they
That's
spread
been
that.
a long
That was
time.
before, because we had on Bluff Road, we was having.
Wasn't that at least 20 years ago or so? I mean, it's been,
I don't
because the
think-
railroads have been pulled up.
I can tell you the commissioners in office, but I'm not going to.
That's been a long time though.
Yeah, it's not.
But
pretty.
hey, you know, at the time, those guys were doing what they had to do to make it work. And
You know, like now?
we're figuring things out too, because it's not what everybody wants, but it's what we're doing to make it work, so. Kinda like your house sometimes, you know, it's not perfect, but you do to make it work. So,
I think that's all we got.
That's all I got.
Go to Sheena's eval.
sure, yeah. Thank you, Mike, appreciate it.
We'll
Thank you,
stay.
Sheena. Do what?
He'll stay in here.
Oh, Mike Stanford?
Yeah.
Did you know that,
He'll sit
Mike?
here and sit.
You know now?
You know his name?
What are we doing now?
Sheena's evaluation. All right, need a motion for executive session for personnel, non-elected personnel. Jeff made a motion to go into executive session, subject to be discussed with personnel matters, justification for closing the meeting, discuss personnel matters, non-elected personnel. Open meeting, we're resuming this room at 10:00. All in favor? Aye.
Need to.
This chair.
Okay. Well, we're gonna be done way early today with this meeting. We don't have to run
I planned that that way.
Did you? Then we gotta start meeting at 8 o'clock. Get the day over.
Yeah, let's do that, cause I wasn't even here today.
Hey, we got some, we still got 5, don't we?
You wanna make it quick?
You can leave.
Hey, yeah. Hey guys, we need a quick break. Need a motion for a 5-minute recess. All in favor?
You motion, Bryce?
I did.
Oh, you did.
Guys, sorry, we gotta take a break with been sitting all morning. So. Oh, excuse me, Mike. How are you doing? Jeff has made the motion for executive session, subject to be discussed will be legal advice on matters protected by the attorney-client privilege. Justification for closing the meeting is for consultation with our attorneys on a matter protected by the attorney-client privilege. The open meeting will resume in this room at 10:35. All in favor?
And it would be Andy and myself staying, and Mike should have stayed too. I don't remember if he took off too.
Oh, he was headed out the door. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lon.
Darren made the motion to extend for 10 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
we have an extra copy too.
I do not want to hold on to this. I'm just gonna hand that right back to you fellas.
That's what we were gonna ask, is if you wanted to.
Nope.
Maybe Amy could keep your copies, so if you need them.
I don't even want to have
Okay.
some of these guys. Sorry, Amy.
That's fine.
Okay, no action was taken on that. I'm gonna entertain a motion though, out of one of these two for the following recommendations that they're.
I'd like to make a motion for the request of the tolling agreement with the legal statute of limitations. Do I need to finish reading it?
Yeah, can we put all three together in the same deal then? Do you wanna do that?
Yeah. You want me to read the whole?
Yep, if you wanna do that, that way it's.
So from top to bottom?
Yep.
Okay. Place Terracon on a written notice and reiterate their demand on Andale Construction to produce AET report to both parties. Request tolling agreement and legal statute of limitations so that we can work on both parties or with both parties, address and problem and find a creative solution.
All right, Jeff has put a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
So there we go.
Here we go, man.
All right. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate your time. Nice to meet you, Jeff. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Brian. I can remember that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian? Yep, have a good afternoon, or.
Hey, good
Right. Same to you guys. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it, guys.
I got one more thing for you, Mike, there's that damage we had out there on Ken Road. I got one of his notes, and sometimes I feel like look at him 2 or 3 times, that the cell phone hit. SC cell phone. They're supposed to see about getting it fixed. They said they're gonna take care of it.
Thank you, guys.
It's out of my ball.
This is good.
And they're supposed to take care of getting it fixed. Just want to know where it's at with that.
Okay, so up here. Oh, you haven't seen that?
Hey, do you need this?
No, that's ours.
That's ours,
So, I know that
Yep, I will send
She
you
has been
Amy's
in touch with
contact
them.
information so you guys.
we just need to see where they're at and just kind of stop.
Who was it?
SC telephone.
SC telephone?
Yeah, she won't know, she's contacted them.
Okay, okay.
Don't push.
That will prepare the documentation.
How did they do
Like
that?
it's
You
someone
know?
say,
They had their,
That's good, so-
they had this trench, they had to go across the river, like, and the trench was dragged on the cement and went in the ditch. But anyway, we need to follow up on that one, but that's been a month and a half.
Yeah, in midsummer. Thank you,
That's
Mike.
all. And I forgot to bring that up. I had this big red letter down here, it's all in red, I'm supposed to check with you.
Flashing at you. All right, Amy. I guess we have.
Hi, Amy.
You want to do your department update first or the executive session first?
I'll do the department update
Okay.
first. If that's all right. Of course, I didn't print it out. I don't have much, really.
What?
I know. Actually, I didn't print it out. Can I go run and print it out quick? I'm sorry. I've been in here a lot. Sorry, I'll be back.
You're fine.
Really have to run. So you're not in there? Or you guys in?
I got 250 acres of beans, my combine, the hydrostat.
But you are done drilling wheat?
No,
Oh.
I got real way up cut the beans, but hydrostat around the combine. But I got some reed plant to do today.
So that's all you got left, put nitrogen weed into the soybean ground?
You know, that later plant stuff down there was growing really good with all that heat we had. This week will probably slow it down, but I think it'll be a little less. It's gonna warm back
Hey,
up.
some probably got cut off with the wind and sand.
Yeah, probably so. But ours, that late stuff for sure, it's gonna come on. It's gonna make us some late grazing. And we're gonna turn out next week, or
I
today.
got 3 places left.
Yeah,
No, I hate crabgrass off of them. I started looking for rolling it, and I was like, God, I can't have that much cheat out there.
It's all
It's all crabgrass. I mean, you still got good wheat there. I couldn't believe it.
Crabgrass was not, it's been warm enough.
Yeah.
But it,
And you got good ones.
next couple of nights, it's gonna.
It's gonna hurt a little bit and
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, I do have a performance evaluation for y'all to review. It's an employee one. From the appraiser's office. Take a look at it. I still working with K-Camp on getting them to come out and do in-person trainings. I wanna make sure we don't have to pay for that.
Oh.
I think it's included with our premium.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I haven't heard back from Mara yet, so as soon as I hear that back, we'll get some scheduled. I'm excited about that, I think that would be good. I have some executive session stuff. Employee appreciation for this year, have you thought about that or discussed?
I was just thinking that this morning, that budget item for this year, employee appreciation, it should be still up around at 5,000-ish. So there is money budgeted for that.
For Christmas party time.
In the past, we've either had a meal catered for them or some sort of entertainment or whatever. One year we had a comedian, a ventriloquist guy. It was really funny. Were you here yet,
I wasn't here yet.
He got like Brent Teeter. Were you here? You got Brent Teeter, Lawrence up on stage and had him like a little mask on him and they looked like he was living. It was funny. It was good stuff.
Do you want to check into something?
Well, that's usually it's our job to do that.
Yeah, I'll facilitate it and do all the stuff, but you guys decide what you wanna do, how you wanna do it, where you wanna do it.
Okay.
And we've had a band at the municipal hall and brought in Crazy Horse, they brought steaks in a couple of years ago. We've had barbecue and bingo, which was fun. Bingo was fun.
And usually in the past, they've gotten gift cards from local businesses, so to try to stir the economy a little bit, just took some money and took that out to local businesses and the bingo night, if you won the bingo card, you can pick up an item.
Employee appreciation. Just whenever, I usually have it in November or December. And we rented out the theater one year and watched
This year will be if we follow the rotation, it should be in Harper,
Harper
right?
this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, because last year because of COVID, we just handed out gift certificates.
But we kind of tried to rotate it amongst the towns. Everybody had it close to home at least 1 year.
So just something to keep.
I think I want to do something. I don't know about these other because we didn't skip last year, but.
So where would you have it up there, like Fairborn then?
Yeah, that's where we did it, the one here, kind of section off part of it towards the south there. They put up a stage for the ventriloquist.
You got that building at West Acres and.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah,
That might be a more comfortable
It
building.
really probably would. I've never
We
been
used
in
it,
that section.
when Lori and I were in charge of it and played bingo and did some like trivia questions and stuff like that.
No, we did that now.
We did it twice.
Did it up there at that building too, the West Acres? So, now that we've got it in everybody's heads, maybe give us time to talk about it.
Yeah, think about it and.
Maybe by next week, you guys want to come back to my meeting next week, we can discuss it some more with him. Try to narrow it down.
Just kind of wanted to bring it to your attention, we're getting close. Have any of you thought any more about allowing PTO rollover into next year? Or paying it out, you know, we've got COVID funds this year.
They down Jan's, deal,
She just talked about it.
PTO carrier policy. You want to be here at that point?
Yeah, I'll just stay here.
We just go ahead and both of them one, then.
Discuss with it. Then the only other thing, I do have some executive session stuff for non-elected employees to discuss. And then we need to do my eval.
Okay, so how long do you need?
Just do them all at one shot.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe 15.
15 minutes?
Yeah, that
It's
should
gonna
take
more,
care of
yeah,
it.
it's gonna take more than 15.
No.
I'm just telling you,
Somebody want to make that motion then?
not for 15.
I'll make it work too. 20.
20, 25, what's an even number off that?
Let's start with 20.
Okay.
Derek makes a motion to go into executive session, subject to the discussion of personnel matters. Justification for closing the meeting will be to discuss personnel matters, not elected personnel. All in favor? Aye.
We go back in and dig into.
Oh, we will return to this room at 10:20. All in favor? Aye.
Wrong time.
11.
11:20. What is wrong with my timekeeper today? Keep calling it noon. Thanks, Linda, for correcting me on that.
We appreciate it too.
Thanks, guys. Oh, no, that's all right. Okay, well,
No action taken on the executive session.
we think about that.
Okay, let me know.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sorry, Lois. The pause.
Got James.
Okay,
Don't
Jan,
run off because you're gonna be here for
yeah,
that
I'll
PTO.
stay here for
All
that.
right, hands up.
There's the swap the chairs.
How are you, Jen?
I'm fine.
Good. I'm not leaving yet.
You're gonna go behind too, aren't
Yeah, we're having a disaster drill night, so I'm trying to get
you? Yeah, that's what we heard.
with the hospital. Those are just a refresher, man. So, just to keep you updated, for a while we had been taking more of the long distance transfers that didn't quite fall into those categories, but then we were just being bombarded with long distance transfers. And so last night they wanted to go to Missouri, but it's out of a 250-mile window, and I just said, we just can't do it. You know, when those come in 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, you're looking at 9, 10, 11 hours. Crew's already been on for, 12, 13 hours. So I talked to some other counties that have this population about the same size as us, and we're all having the same issues, but they actually do about 300 to 400 less calls a year than we do, but they have the same amount of staff. But some of them are looking at maybe they're just having a 3-man crew so that they can alternate who goes on those transfers, so your driver's always fresh. Some are just trying to look at putting 2 crews on full time, just because of them.
And these are COVID transfers?
No,
Just anything?
no, they're not. Probably out of in the last couple months, we've done 7 or 8, and they're not COVID.
It's just they don't have a place for them to take them to Wichita, and that's why, okay. So how long will that continue, Dan? Is that something, that's the new world we live in now, that
Yeah.
when COVID's not anybody being talking about that, it's still gonna happen?
Well, yeah, if you look at what's going on with staffing issues and stuff, then yeah, it's going to be a problem for a while.
And if they're forcing vaccines, that's gonna get even, well.
You ain't kidding.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of times now, it's not that there's not a bed, it's just that they don't have enough staff to take care of them.
That's scary. It is.
So.
Because when you have a simple problem, you're not gonna get it fixed. You have a major problem, you really.
Yeah. And that's what we've kind of tried to, if it's urgent, we'll take them. But if it's not urgent, if they can't find anybody else, then we've just kind of told them that we'll take them the next day. Give us time to get a fresh crew on and get people lined up to cover, or get people lined up that'll take the transfer, because, or like I said, sometimes it's 10 o'clock at night. Well, that crew's probably not going to get back till 8 or 9 o'clock the next morning, and that's this.
So help me understand though why they're not using the airport to bus people around. I mean, I thought in my mind that's what the whole purpose of that thing getting built was, is for executive planes, and then for ambulance services so they can get people in and out of here to those far off places.
They have, but I mean, I think probably 3 weeks ago when we seemed to be in the middle of all this, they probably flew out 4 or 5
on the airport.
Mm-hmm.
And is that expensive?
It is for the patient. It is for the patient. But my fear is with weather coming and stuff, the flying options will go down.
Well, but I guess I look at that too, and I think that is the only other option. I mean, if there's not a hospital close by that we can transfer you to, then we shouldn't have to shoulder that whole burden, and that ought to be on their shoulders to get
I agree
Figure
with
out how to
you.
get them somewhere else.
I agree with you, which the weather will also be an issue for us, because,
Sure.
you know, if they want to go to Kansas City, which kind of seems to be the theme right now, or Hayes, sometimes their weather up there is far worse than our weather down
Hey,
here.
real quick, yeah.
So then you gotta figure out what's the weather between us and them.
Or by the time they come back, what's it gonna be?
Yeah. And then the other thing too is I've told them, you know, twice we've had to take a patient to Wichita to beat a plane. The issue with that though is we have to have a plan if for some reason the plane doesn't come in, doesn't land, then we either have to take them on to their destination in Kansas City, or the hospital has to make some kind of other arrangements for us. So that's a little bit of issue we'll run into there, just to give you guys a heads up. So.
But yeah, I think, in my opinion, I think you have to stick to this, because you don't have the people or the resources to keep up. And this may be even too much sometimes for you to keep up.
Well, sometimes it is. Because one day we have one that's Pica, and then they want one to go to Hayes, and then the next day there's one going to Hayes, and that's just too much for the staff we have. We don't have enough people to.
And part of it depends on what time it comes in. Like you said, if it comes in towards the end of their shift, I have a hard time asking them to do that.
Yeah, like I said, and some of them, if they'll just
So
let
all
us.
three hospitals in Wichita are 4 or 5 are just packed, huh? I mean, they're not accepting any transfers or?
Well, I don't know. We can't, Patterson can't seem to get them in there.
No, it must be.
So if you look at this stuff that Amy made up for us. So last year we paid $90,958 in overtime. So far this year we paid like $80,145, and we've got that was through the end of September, so we've got 3 more months to go.
Okay, I'll ask you, how many open positions do you have?
We don't have any open. We have.
Okay, on that number there, then if that's gonna continue, we just will have some more positions available.
Right, I mean, I think, let's just say we wanted to staff 2 tracks 24/7, because we already staff 12 hours, 4 days a week. So to hire 3 more full-time people, I'm gonna say roughly 45,000 apiece.
Yeah, depending on their level.
As long as you're still using that, I mean, if you figure it's gonna be the same amount of hours next year, which I'm assuming you will be, or close to it, until this stops. For another year anyway, will it run?
Yeah.
Just guessing.
Yeah.
Cause you're staffing, you can staff 2 more people for what we're paying overtime. Or at least one with benefits or whatever.
Yeah, I figure probably that overtime would probably go down about, I don't know, 50,000 at least, by staffing more. Probably, maybe more than that. I just, you know, you have things happen that you don't always know for sure, but, so yeah.
Well, like last year, we spent 90,000. And we're gonna.
We're probably gonna be 100,000 this year.
100,000.
If those long distance and all that stuff. So, just want to give you a.
It looks like we need to look at that just a little bit. I would think.
Yeah, I probably need to run more numbers. So, if you go across there, it tells you what we billed. This was a long distance transfer to Hayes. And the next amount tells you what Medicare allowed. And then it tells you what Medicare paid. Now this patient happened to have a secondary, so it paid on it, but if they don't have a secondary, then we just would have got the 1,553 amount. And so, you know, you have to start calculating in expenses for your crew and wear and tear on your trucks and fuel. The other thing we would need to figure, Darren, is we spend about 17,000 on callback a year. If we had a few more people on and truck staff more, that would cut down that callback expense too. But I just wanted to give you an idea if this is kind of what charged and kind of what we get reimbursed, if we get reimbursed.
You know, the nightmare of this whole thing is just like when I got on. We were 24/7, 2 crews. And then it got to the point where Shell was gone, and we couldn't afford that anymore.
Right.
And so nobody understood that though. Nobody wanted to listen to that part of it. I see us going back to that same place because we have the need right now. And then in 6 months or a year it goes away, then guess who becomes the bad guys again because we take the service back because we can't afford it. Then there's no need for it. And that's a fun place to be. You see all this hair that's gone and
That's
all
why I
these
was telling
rails
you,
and stuff?
'cause you may have for another year, but then wait till the end of that year.
And that's where we were at. We had no need for it, and we were spending ridiculous amounts of money for the service. And we caught, I think we were the only 3 in the whole community, that maybe 4 with the director in place, that didn't see the need for the service. And we were the only 3 or 4 that took the heat, took it all, got all the gray hair and the high blood pressure and all that stuff, and nobody else understood why. So I see us headed down that same exact path, Jen, by doing this.
The only difference though is I don't think you'll see as much of a decrease because even if the long distance transfers go away, the other transfers aren't. And we do far more transfers than we did 5 years ago, even without the long distance.
But that Shell deal was a 3 or 4 or 5 year deal too.
Well-
And then nobody saw the end of this oil boom either. You know, this was gonna be the greatest thing ever for Harper County. And it went away. And I'm not picking on you,
But
John.
I think she's kind of saying this might be the new norm.
I see that, but someday.
Transfers will be.
And I'm not even thinking for myself, I'm thinking for the next person sitting in this chair and that chair and that chair, that we are setting them up. And I look back at the guys before us and I think, what were you doing?
Yeah.
But if you continue to pay the $9,000.
It doesn't make sense financially to not have that.
It doesn't.
But I see how that happened.
And that probably plays into why we have so much PTO time we're getting ready to talk about.
But I see how that happened for those guys in the past. I know the results of when I got to sit here and help make those decisions, and I hate for that to happen to somebody again.
Yeah, so it's,
So it needs to be, we need to know this is.
Are we budgeting in that kind of excess for overtime? We are.
That's how they're scheduled.
Either next year too?
yeah, I mean, usually Melinda and Amy did a pretty good job of making sure that we got our overtime.
If you hire, 2 more people, not only is that gonna, it's gonna take some stress off of.
I think we have to. I'm not saying we don't have to. I'm just looking back in the past and thinking, here we go, here we're going down the same road. And
Yeah, because next year, or say 2 years from now, then it drops to where we have a bunch of people that ain't going nowhere. So we're staffing that bunch of people.
Yeah.
But I'm also seeing her side of it. She don't think it's gonna happen. And you have to admit, we're getting an older community than,
It was old 5 years ago too, though.
Well, I just wanted you to be aware of the overtime amounts and.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand this. So Medicare paid us $1,553.94. And then we also got paid from the patient $388.
They had a secondary insurance, yeah.
So we made, what, $1,900 off of that trip back and forth. What was our actual cost? Because I don't understand medical junk.
Okay.
What did it actually cost us? So on a truck like that, what would our mileage figure out to be? So like my pickup, I get 55 cents a mile. About to drive down the road, or a car, whatever. So is there in medical,
$1.
is it $1 for an EMS or an ambulance to travel down the road?
That's just easy calculations.
I mean, real numbers, not all like you go to the emergency room and you get this $5,000 charge.
Well,
real
it
numbers.
would have cost about $120 in fuel.
Okay.
I don't know how to calculate the wear and tear on the
Well, maybe like
tires.
he said, figure $1 in for the truck.
Just figure $1 miles.
So how many miles is a day? It's a 3-hour trip, 3.5-hour trip, isn't it?
It's probably what, 2.
I'll tell you exactly here, it's pretty quick.
Big
Well, you
3 to
gotta
5
figure
hours.
your hours in, you gotta figure that people's labor.
Well, so I'm just thinking the truck right now. So let's just say
138 miles,
one way.
142.
So we could look at 300 to be safe, $300 for using your truck. And then the people time, that's 6 or 7 hours.
Each.
Well, people times
Yeah.
4 people, because you have to call in a callback crew to cover the crew that's gone. So you gotta calculate 4 people.
See, all I'm trying to figure out is the money that we got paid back. was it enough to cover the expense of heading out there and back?
Well, I think the question is, it might if you only do it occasionally, but if we do it a lot, the trucks, we're really racking up miles on our trucks. And some of them weren't new to begin with, so.
So if we figured $20 an hour per person times, let's say that's a 6-hour trip, right?
Now you have to calculate at least 7, if not 8.
So 7, so we're talking $140 per person times 4, where are we at? 400, 560, yeah, 560 on that. So 560, 8, 9. You're about to get $1,000 just on that alone.
Yeah, I know.
And that doesn't include any of your supplies or anything, because I'm sure you have to guard all of them.
It's probably break even if that.
Which I'm okay with break even. I'm not okay with
Losing a bunch, but that's on the ones that pay.
Right. And so you figure the ones that don't pay, we're not breaking even at all.
No. It's the service.
It is. It is a service, and there certainly are times, that those people definitely need to be somewhere, have to go somewhere, and I just wanted you to be aware, this is.
So the other option is contracting that service. Is that a cheaper route instead of us hiring more people? Or the transfers, you cut the transfers out. Oh my gosh, everybody's gonna take a deep gasp, I'm sure, but we don't do the transfers.
Any transfers, like, you talking just long distance or not any?
Long distance.
Yeah.
Like the trips to Hayes and that kind of stuff. Take care of our local stuff, our close by.
Well, before the previous BoC, we used to have a 100-mile
Right.
limit. And then we upped it to.
That's been for a long time.
Yeah.
Lee remembered that from way back.
And then we
when.
upped it to 250 during the COVID thing. So I guess, do we want to leave it at 250 or?
Next year COVID's gonna be over with anyway, so we can go back to the 100. Right, Dave? I think we need to because you know as well as I do, if you're sitting there and you need to go somewhere, I mean, our first making decisions here, but if you sitting there and your kid needs to
You
go.
hired out, it'd be more.
Oh, I know, but.
Your kid needs to go Wichita, you're gonna say, get the ambulance here, I don't care who it is, get some of that truck and let's go.
Or give me an airplane here, I want to get out of here quicker.
So,
Get to where
I wanna go.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't wanna be sitting there saying no. Because if you're on the other side of that table at the bedside with that young person, you're gonna be going, I don't care.
What it costs me. So that's why I'm saying, I don't care what it costs me getting an airplane out here. But we as an overall are looking at this as a business. Okay, yes, we have that personal side of us too, but in the end, we're looking at this as a business. And if you were to operate your farm or any of your businesses using your heart and your emotions, that's not a good way to operate a business. Because I love the farm. I love to have nice stuff, but it doesn't work. And I think you need to approach it that way here. We're in charge of making this business work. And so I'm looking down the line a little further and think, okay, so we bring this 2 people on and we have 4 people on every day 24/7. My head and my heart say, yes, that's a great idea to take care of our people. But my business in my head says, that doesn't make sense. And I've had lots of people tell me before, don't spend the money in this place unless we have the money. Quit spending money unless we have the money.
But you're spending money, because you're spending $9,000 a year in overtime.
But if we didn't take those long transfers, this overtime wouldn't look near like this does. And I'm gonna be the hated person for even saying that out loud, aren't I, Jan?
Oh, I don't know that you're gonna be, there's a lot of people that think it. There's a lot of people that have asked me about it. And some really think we should be doing it, and some think we shouldn't be doing it at all, and it's the same way with some people think we should have a crew in every town 24/7, and then some people don't think that's necessary, and.
But I'm saying before we go on to hire 2 more people, I think we need to pencil it out a little further and see what that's gonna cost us versus what it does not have to cost us.
I agree. I think there's a lot of things you guys need to think about and consider. And so that's like today, I'm just like bringing this stuff to your attention.
Yeah,
I don't expect. And like I said, in other ways, like I said, if it, if it's urgent and it's critical that they get somewhere, we're gonna get them where they need to get weather providing.
Oh, I don't doubt your
Yeah.
service, Jan. I know you've
But
got good
there
people.
have been times, I'm just telling you, that we've said, no, we won't take them tonight, we'll take them tomorrow, and there's been some that we're just like, no, because they're really not.
But if your people see somebody hurting that needs the service, they're gonna do what they can to get them out there. I know that's who you've got employed, so I'm
Yeah.
not saying anything against them.
Yeah.
But I'm saying on the business side of things, I think we need to make sure we think through this.
Right.
Before we just go hire 2 other people.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you need to look at a lot of things. But like I said, you may I'm just telling you may hear some complaints. But like I said, sometimes we don't do it till the next day, and sometimes we don't do it at all. Just all depends on the staffing and the patient's needs and those kind of things.
Fun
Okay.
stuff to think about.
So the PTO carryover. Problem we have is if they work the first week of the pay period, they'll have probably 52, 53 hours in anyway. And so then the next week, even if they take that week off, they're only going to use maybe 30 hours of vacation.
And that's if they're not swapping around.
Yeah, and then also we've just been really busy, and it's just hard for people to get that time off right now. They couldn't do it this summer because we had 2 up on FMLA, and then we got busy this fall, and so it's just.
I think the question you had, and correct me if I'm wrong, you brought it up, or was it Darren, that said something about, did they?
I brought it.
So did you, remind me, you said something about, did they have the opportunity to go, or did they?
Did they have opportunity that was denied, or has they didn't put any vacation in at all? I mean.
The request?
Yeah, the request.
Some of them have put the request in, but we can't grant everybody vacation at the same time. For some reason, October is a popular month that everybody wants to take their vacation.
But.
So some were denied because we had to have people here use the service.
Well, I know, I don't want to tell people when they take vacation, but it looks like they have plenty, like throughout the year instead of waiting till the end. If they haven't put any vacation in, like in March or April or May or.
Well, that's the reason I put on here that we're just gonna have to start a new program come January. People are gonna have to get their request in for their vacation earlier instead of everybody waiting. A lot of people like to do it in the summer. Nobody knew we was gonna have 2 people off in the summer. It just worked out that we had to.
You have several in paramedic school.
Yeah, we have a lot going to school, and then we had to kind of make a policy that we don't allow people to take a week vacation over the holidays because it caused too much fighting about who was going to get the week of the holidays off.
Well, and I expressed this last time, one problem I have with lengthening it out is because if we do that, they're already going to be that many hours behind going into next year. So instead of using their new hours, they're going to be 200 hours or whatever. March 1st, they're already going to have 200 hours that they're going to work. They're never going to get caught up because they can't get. There's no way possible to get caught up. Because if we wait till March 1st, you have to have it used by the end of February. So March 1st, they've already accrued all this new vacation again. So when they get to the end of the year next year, they're going to be 200 hours over again. It's never going to be unless they take a bunch. That was my only concern, because we're going to be way behind on hours if we start the year already. And I know it's busy and everything else.
I think right now I have 3 that will lose time.
Was her department the one that had somebody with significant amount of hours? I can't remember.
Hers at the jail had one.
Yes.
That had a lot.
140 hours.
142 or something.
I think I might have one that has 200.
Oh, really?
Was that one? Oh, it's on
They
there.
take off every day for the next 2 months and then catch up. They're gonna lose some, there's no way they can.
Yeah, they are going to lose some.
I just.
Get it, I've got it sitting on my
No,
desk.
there's no need, I don't need to know the exact hours, I just.
It's a bunch.
There's a significant amount on EMS.
And I don't want to I mean, 'cause we have to have them, and I know they have odd shift hours, but there's also a reason why we stop on a certain date, because, I mean, that's just my feeling. I mean, I don't see how it's ever gonna get.
Well, my past history says Jan has not come in and asked for this in the past.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe she didn't, I can't remember. I think the COVID deal has made them a little bit different right now because they're hauling people to Hayes. And you've not taken any to Missouri, but you've taken some to Enid and Oklahoma City, I think.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, we take quite a few to Kansas City.
And so
Some
we're
to Kansas
spreading
City.
that. As far as departments go, I think we're spreading that one as thin as we possibly can.
Yeah.
I don't think we're doing that to the other departments near as bad as what we're doing to yours.
Yep.
Because everybody else gets to go home tonight.
Yep. Yeah.
So that's why I'm okay with the EMS deal. Now, the rest of the departments, no, because all of them, most of them need to go home tonight. And they haven't taken their vacations because they haven't taken the initiative to ask for it off, I think, right? I mean, unless you know some other examples.
You talking about extending the thing?
My opinion is for EMS, I'd like to see us, we're burning those people out. If you call me and I have 2 hours left on my shift and you're saying, hey Brian, I need you to take these people to Hayes. And not only that, but you need to put all this stuff on from head to toe and cover every ounce of skin up because they've got COVID. Why would I stick around and work that job for $14 an hour?
I know.
I'm gonna go to Spirit or Cessna or something else that makes big money.
Yeah.
But, we also put that vacation in so they try to use it.
Right.
If they're not even putting in requests to take vacation, then.
They need to use it. But they also have
You
this.
you said they didn't really put any through the summer, or, I mean, 'cause you have people gone, but.
Well, I would say, but normally in the past, they've requested the vacation maybe 2 months in advance. That's about as far out as they go. And like I said, nobody knew that the whole month, the whole summer that we were gonna have, 2 people off on FMLA. And so.
I guess my recommendation is, though, they got that vacation, they need to make sure they're trying to use some off, because they know, I mean, 200 hours.
Yeah, which is why I said in
January
January, we'll just have to start a new policy that they have to, put their vacation request in. They can trade or change around, but I realize we gotta do something, but like Brian said, COVID is just.
Do you have that happen a lot, trading?
That's 25 days.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have one that's been here 15, 16 years and theirs accumulates fast.
Yeah, she's accruing 10 at a time.
Mm-hmm. And I will be honest with you, I had a couple that took vacation and then, or were going to take vacation and then things happened and it got really busy, and so next thing I know, they're showing up and said, well, I'm here, I'll work, which I've done it myself, so I can't fault them for it.
Even yourself, you know how it is, you can't get away from here.
Well, I mean, you can think about it if you want, we probably need to do that executive session.
Yeah, I don't need to think about it, I know what my opinion is, and we put it off for a week or two.
I go with it, but I'm just gonna say next year, when the year comes back,
Right.
I'm gonna have a hard time going with it. Because they got a year's notice to use it.
Yep.
Put some time in.
So just for the EMS, or what are you going for?
Just the EMS extension, thing extended.
Big thought?
Then you're gonna have the jail guy that could be out there either.
Yeah, jail was short this year.
I mean, you're starting something, because then you're gonna have the.
So if
And then
you're,
the attendant care provider, that was on her own for a while too. Health department.
they couldn't just stop service and go?
I don't know.
They couldn't swap people around?
There was only one for about a month. And that doesn't answer the whole year question, but they've been short all year.
Well, we're dealing with EMS right now, I feel like, so.
So how much do you wanna allow all of it until what, February? Is that when are you wanting to allow the rollover to?
End of February.
End of February.
So we need a motion to do that if you guys are interested in doing it. If not, we'll move on and do something else and finish up today.
How many people, you gonna have 2 of them that's gonna need it rolled over, or the whole group?
I think I'm gonna have 3. some of the others were working on getting their time used up, but
And you have one in the jail, remember right?
We've got one big one in the jail.
Is the rest of the departments use theirs? I mean, most like road and bridge and.
Most have. The jail had one that was really big, attendant care over at the health department has one. And I can
How
go
about
get
this, how about we
spreadsheet in
let
there.
everybody go to February first, but it has to be a realistic
End of
reason why.
February.
In February for this year. I mean, cause how you gonna decide?
Hey, I'd go along with that too, because I think if you wanted to blame COVID for everybody,
But
there's some departments I think doesn't
I would
matter.
I would stress from January 1 to January 1, I'm gonna be not nearly as.
Hey, Darren, we do that every year. We stress get it done every year.
well, it's important that people use their
You
vacation
have to
if they
get
can.
away.
It is important that they
They
use it
can,
if
they
they
got
can.
a whole year to schedule it. If they know, and I did the same thing when I worked up there, I always held my vacation to the last month because we wanted to harvest.
Or if you got sick.
But, or if you got sick or whatever, but the rule up there was, it didn't matter. You had a whole year to use it. If you didn't use it, you was gonna lose it.
Yeah.
But you're not asking those people to hop on an EMS.
No.
I was gonna say, in her defense though, that's a tougher department to get that done.
It is.
But,
Because they feel like they ought to be working to help people get out of here.
but if you don't have a stop to it, then we just will let them roll over. I mean, we'll let them keep track.
Well, like I said, we need to, obviously in January, we need to set up a new policy.
Well, you could set up that they can only use so many. They don't have to use 100%.
No.
So you can, if you want to make that motion, then make it where they can only use so many until February 1st.
Will allow you to roll 40 or 80 over.
And not the whole ball of wax.
I'm good with it. I don't know how you're gonna decide your department and not the sheriff department, because he's in the same boat. So I think everybody, and.
It's not really the same though, because they're not asked to drive to Oklahoma City at a moment's notice and, hey, we don't have enough people here today, so you're gonna have
But
to.
they have
come
just
back."
about jail, right?
They have to have someone in the jail.
And he's understaffed too. So that's my motion. Extend it over till February, end of February,
For everyone or for EMS?
everyone.
Everyone?
Do you want to have a certain amount of hours, or they can extend the whole thing, and have them February 1st use everything that they've got?
So you'll have that be
so many
80 hours.
in
80.
Would you say 80?
So you could do 80 and just say a maximum of 80 on top of what their rollover amount is. 80 extra hours until that allows a week in January and a week in February. Or just do 40. I mean, that still allows something. But we've got people with over 100 hours.
They'd have to use 100 hours for January 1.
If, in order to not lose any.
Yeah, good feeling.
No, in February, we're extending.
No.
So he's saying February 1st for his motion.
February, or
No, he said that.
March 1st, end of February.
Okay.
But they have to use 100 hours or so before January 1, or you're gonna lose them. You can only roll it 40 hours, all you can roll over.
That's your motion.
Okay.
Everybody clear on that? What's your motion?
Yes, I am clear on it.
So 40 on top of what they would have been able to roll over. Is that what you're saying?
You gotta be lost now.
So if somebody has 100 hours,
Yeah, it depends on what level you are at on the PTO and scale. It's based on longevity. So like if you're at the level where you can roll over 160 hours, then the way it is right now, if you have 170 hours, you're losing that 10. You can roll your 160 over into January. So you're starting with 160 hours. So are you wanting to allow
if you got-
200 for those people over, like an additional 40 to roll over?
we're not adding to it. We're not adding to it. Well, I think the way I interpret what you're saying is your person has 160 hours. Okay? They can roll that over to the next year.
Yes.
Okay? So if they have 170 hours, the way I feel what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that they would have until that extra 10 hours, they're gonna lose it come December 31st or January 1st, however you figure that. Right?
That's how they are the way the policy is now.
So they would lose that 10 hours.
Yep.
He is allowing them to take that until the end of February, that 10 hours. If you don't use it by the end of February, then all you carried over was your 160, but you lose that extra 10 hours.
So we got some that's gonna carry over 200 hours plus 160.
Yes.
So
So that's
I'm only
it.
saying 40 hours of that 200, so they gotta use some hours in there.
Like our people that, the over 100 hours that I've calculated, that's above what they can
That's what they're
already
gonna
roll
lose.
over.
That's what
Yeah,
they're
that's
gonna
what
lose.
they're losing.
Right.
So he's making the motion for them, if I'm understanding you correctly, that they only get to take 40 of that extra 100 hours and take it over to
Into next
February.
year. Is that correct?
So they need to use some. That's what I'm saying, I don't wanna give them 320 hours, that's where we're getting some trouble.
Worth of education.
40-hour maximum.
And if they don't have it, they better get to use it.
So how does that affect PTO payout on termination?
That's got a limit anyway, because the way I see this, on February 28th, if you haven't used all of that additional rollover time, you're losing it anyway, you're going back to what you originally could roll over. And that's all, the upon termination is based on your seniority level anyway, so you can only roll over up to however much you could have accrued that year. So if you're at 120, that's all you get paid out regardless.
Right.
Okay, so is everybody clear on what his motion is? To allow them.
There's a limit, we're not gonna give them 200 hours, they gotta use some time
We're allowing them 40
to roll over to the
additional to roll over.
Until February 28th.
February 28th.
Yes, sir.
You good on that?
Clear as mud. Yep, no.
All right, you better be obedient to it, you understand. All in favor of Darren's motion? Aye. All opposed? Did you say aye?
I said,
He did.
aye.
I didn't hear you. Aye. All right, Dan, that's something anyway.
Right.
So,
and then use some time, try and use some time up here.
So,
and Darren says to stick to it. Next year,
We'll be talking about this again, won't we?
yes, we will.
the executive session, I guess, I need for personnel reasons. I would say 5 minutes at the most.
Okay. Let's stick to that then. How are we gonna make it to medicine lunch today? I don't know how that was gonna work anyway. All right, so who's making that motion?
I will.
All right, Darren made the motion to go into executive session. I assume it's personnel matters, right? Subject to be discussed as personnel matters. Justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. Open meeting will resume in this room and, let's go, where are we going to be? 12:01. All in favor? Aye.
Man, it took a long time to figure out that PTO.
I really would suggest some couches, perhaps, some lovely furniture out here.
Well, when you're buying it, make sure
this breakdown. I need it back. I can give Linda a copy, but I'm pretty sure I blocked out all the sensitive information, but.
Well, that's the same as the money stuff right there. I think Amy or you, whoever wants that way, that's not our problem.
That's right.
Shred that or whatever.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Have a good week.
Yep.
Melinda? Thanks, Jan.
Thank you.
How are we gonna get from this?
Well, the executive session is taking a little bit of thought, and
Some of them
some of us are getting kind of long and winded.
All right, what do you got, Melinda?
Evals.
What's in that thing? Oh, you're reading that.
Yeah.
Can we do Melinda's pretty quick? I mean, that didn't take long, right? This will be about 5 minutes. 30 seconds. Somebody want to make the motion to go into executive session? All right, Larry made the motion to go into executive session. Subject to be discussing new personnel matters. Justification of closing meeting, discuss personnel matters and non-elected personnel. Open meeting will resume in this room at 12:12. All in favor? Aye.
You guys getting work out today, aren't you?
Nope. Up, down.
Feel like I'm in church.
Right?
You know, Catholics, we get up and down a lot.
I do. So it is time, okay. So it is time for the delinquent tax sale process to start. We start that every fall with Phil Hunter, and he's our attorney that handles that. In the past, I have always handled that for the treasurer's office. I did speak with Michelle last week, and they're willing to now take that on. And so I'll be working with her once she is back in the office on training and how to get that all set up. But there is a resolution that authorizes the begin of the tax sale process for Phil to handle that for us. And so you would need to have a motion to.
What are the chances our county attorney can take that back on and not have to hire out?
I don't know that he has the time, because just my time, I probably spend 15 to 20 hours a week on it.
Right, but that's
And
gonna
then-
start catching up though.
Yes, and then Phil's time is immense, so I just don't know if he would have time.
But the reason why we had to hire it out is because it was too big of a deal for anyone else. So
Yeah,
as,
this will be the last big one.
but it had sit there for 10 years or so without any sales, and so we had to get it caught back up. And now that it's back on track, shouldn't that workload start to decrease?
I don't know.
Okay, if it can't happen this year, no, but I want to make
Yeah,
sure
this
that
will
we
be our
have-
last catch-up one. This will be for taxes of 16 and 17. And then after that, you'll just have 1 year of taxes each time.
So it's my desire in the future, once we are finished catching up, that goes back and the county handles that responsibility through the elected officials that typically is supposed to fall underneath their office.
Okay.
That's my desire. This thing of paying outside people to take care of it, they're good help and they're good people, but yet it's not the way it's supposed to work. It's an extra expense that we shouldn't be having to spend. So I understand we have to do it now. I have to get that. Okay, so I need a motion to sign this resolution. It's a resolution authorizing the sale of unredeemed real estate after tax sale. And it's to hire attorney Bill Unger.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
That would be 23, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone in the courthouse gets in the bag today. Or the kids like. Remember that time you said you got her arm pulled out of the socket from here?
Yes.
Mom dragging her down the steps.
Where's Rafe?
Where's Brett? You have a t-shirt like that?
Oh,
I need somebody to have one.
Yep, that's all three.
oh, God, that's a good deal.
Well, it's been more than 10 years ago.
Well, yeah, he's 19, almost 20. You were,
She's
she was the superintendent.
Yeah. We're getting old. Well, you're already getting that. Who's that? Josh. Well, that's Josh.
That doesn't sound better than anything.
Yes, we'll have a motion for that one.
How are you guys?
Doing well, how are y'all?
Good, thanks for making that whole wheel work.
Absolutely. I got a couple of things on the docket today. First big one are these side there, the camera quotes. It's gonna be that first page under.
Oh, yeah, you sent this out email.
Yes, sir, I did. I just got paper copies as well. So, oh, thank you. Appreciate it. No, some of us don't. Good what? Technology stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, so trying to get, 3 estimates, 3 bids on this. Material and everything that we're buying doesn't change on either of these. Tried to get this third company to give me a bid. Really had some issues with them, so just got the 2.
If you had issues now, there's no need to continue on.
Yes, sir, that's exactly where I was at. So, obviously Geeson Electric here in Anthony, and then X Services out of King.
I guess when I saw this, guys, they're both good companies, but Geeson's are here in town in taxes. X are somewhat local, they do a lot of local business.
Absolutely.
In the end, a lot of their stuff's back up at Kingman County.
Sure.
My opinion, that's kind of where I figured, even though it's a little more expensive, I'd like to see us utilize them. What are your thoughts?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
I think he needs to stay down.
So,
He does a lot for us already, and he does good work.
Yes.
I think Bob probably recommended him.
Yes, yes, he did.
If you guys are interested in moving forward with it, then I entertain a motion. So we
And this
can
is
move
for the, putting all the cameras in, right? So we talked about.
Yeah,
Even-
it's for the wiring part, so Nolan and I are, installing the cameras, we're also doing the remote installs, whatever you wanna call those, at the, EMS stations, things like that, so.
If we, was there some in the jail too on this?
The jail is separate, that's separate. And I guess that would be one thing to bring up, I mean, I don't know what, the lifespan of, Geeson has been around for a long, long time, right? But if we continue to add on to this system, 2, 3 years, is that, are they still gonna be around in some form?
The software we have is gonna take care of it.
The NVR,
yes, okay.
I'll make a motion to, I don't know how you want it worded, but to go on with the camera deal and have Diesel Electric do the installation.
So Jeff made the motion to purchase the cameras and equipment, and then hire Decent Electric to do the installation. All in favor?
Total.
Total dollar amount is $55,800. All in favor?
Second thing on a line item there was the adding cameras to the Harper Senior Center. So Jennifer approached me last week just about they've had kind of an uptick in vandalism in that area. Just some spray painting, kids, taking boxes off the wall, that type of thing. Mm-hmm. And since we do, rent out this center, she thought it might be a good idea to just put some additional cameras at that location to, when we do the EMS and some of these other satellite facilities. I think this is something, I spoke with Nolan, I think it's something that we can tackle. We just need, the material for it, the wiring and cameras. I don't have a hard, quote or estimate for you, but I kind of gave the approximate of what I thought it would cost.
Is that on money notes? Surveillance system. So 2,500 approximately.
How many cameras would that be?
6. Cover the exterior and really just the big room inside. Yeah, it's about $1,200 for cameras, and then the rest we gotta have mounts,
right.
Wiring. We do need another net gate to put it on the same system so everybody can view it the same.
I want to think about that one.
Sure. Would you like me to come back with a formal estimate or quote on what that would actually cost?
Yeah,
Maybe a hard number.
Give us something to look at there, Josh.
While we're talking about that though, is there like 1 or 2 of these cameras that could also point towards the extension office building too?
Or the fair barn, or?
Sure. We can, we can figure out some things. Once you get the material, really the switch, like the power source in place, it's just running wire from there and then configuring cameras. So that does become a lot easier, but we got to get that in place first before anything else. So.
Sad we had to fill them in.
I know, but what did the building cost us to repair over here on the corner? Do you remember that, Melinda?
I do not off the top of my head.
Their insurance would have covered that pretty quick. We would have figured out who that was. Okay, yeah, we have till next week on that.
Yeah. And I'll get some hard numbers for you so you can have something there. So we installed a couple of servers. This was really Bob more than me. He's had this in the plan for a while, both at the health department and dispatch. So we've got both of those servers up and running. One was a replacement, and then one is an addition. Nothing really to report there, but we do have an extra license for our backup. This is a NovaStore license, so this means that if the health department were to lose a file, accidentally delete a file, or just something happens with the server, we at least have a backup to go and retrieve it or re-download that onto a new piece of equipment, new server, so we can keep them up and running. So.
How necessary is that?
Necessary.
Necessary.
Yes, sir.
Can't shut everybody down if we don't have that.
Yeah, I mean,
Back up to what you have.
right, you know, I mean, that's the issue that we're gonna have. You know, right now, we use it to find files that get accidentally deleted, but if we were to have a critical failure, again, on a new server, that's not too common, but say we have a critical failure on the server out there and we lose all of that information, we have nothing to back that up to, you know, install it on a new one. And that has our KIPs on there. I don't need to sign that.
You want to back that up?
So is that yours?
So,
Or not?
I think you'll have to sign that, yeah.
so on this though, that's annual,
Yes.
and then, so that money would come, hold on.
Let's just put the date.
Okay, so that money would come annually out of the tech IT budget? Or where does it go to?
Contractual
It's-
one,
It's what?
the contractual backup
Oh.
software.
Yeah.
So out of IT?
Yes.
Okay, and that budget looks like,
Really well.
okay,
Yeah, not on the radar.
She can go down to which list are causing trouble then.
okay. So as long as that's not on the radar, I guess I'm better with that. So need a motion to approve that?
So move.
All in favor?
Aye. Get that back up.
Well, no, you can give a date, okay.
Actually, start all over again, it's not good.
It's very
Been
necessary.
through what I've been through in my life, you start shaking dates.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Additional spending requests. This is for a new setup. This is going to be in the attorney's office. This is for a surface and then all the exterior that comes with it. So the docking station, you know, keyboard, mouse, all the peripherals with it. So currently, what they're doing is so Amy is taking notes for Richard. She's having to use one of our loaner laptops along with her desktop. She's due for a desktop replacement, and instead of just buying her a new desktop, spend a couple extra $100 here and get her a Surface so she can take that with her when she needs to go with Richard, you know, like once, twice a week to take those notes, and I get my loaner laptop back and she's not borrowing it.
It'd be a lot handier, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Was she due for an upgrade, you said then anyway?
Yes, sir, she was. Yep.
How's her computer? I'm just curious how often you upgrade.
I think it's about 3 years old.
Oh my gosh, that's just a kid.
I know.
Have we gone through and tried to hit it? I mean, if it's not working right, do we hit that computer time again? Okay, so we've done that.
I usually try to step on it once or twice
All right.
to get it where
Making sure it's exhausted, all those started, all those options.
Yeah.
You gonna do that?
No, I'm all about not kicking.
I never know if Shelly's kidding or not, so I'd appreciate it.
We're all in the same boat when it comes to Shelley, we just don't care.
I don't believe in kicking things to make them work.
I'm not kicking Shelley, for the record.
Okay, thank God.
Yes, yeah, so it's the same setup, but it's got the dock with it, so it actually functions as your desktop
Okay, how
monitor.
much you want then?
This deal?
I would stay away from an iPad if at all possible.
Don't
Everything else that we have except our phones is non-Apple.
No, I'm talking to you, like for me.
Oh, for you?
Because, I mean, I go cheaper out either way.
Sure.
I see what he's saying.
Yeah.
This is brand new, I'm trying to save you some money here. If
Yeah.
it's cheaper,
You're all jealous of my iPad, I see it.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, I can see different information, many of it don't make no difference to me.
Do you use anything with it, or you just want the iPad itself and keyboard?
Well, I'm just throwing this out there, I
Yeah.
mean, because
I like the idea.
I can see the same documents off that, and if it's
Sure.
gonna save, how much is one of it?
Well, Bob's supposed to be getting.
That's a big question. I'll have to price those out. Now I'll tell you, they're going to be hard to get. There's not a lot of iPads out there. It may take 2 months to get one in with everything.
I mean, I need a number, I mean, if it saves $300 or $400,
Would
it's
an
gonna
Android be any better? I mean, you guys don't like this iPad stuff.
Well, for y'all, I mean, it doesn't matter. You're viewing documents on it,
Yeah.
and I mean, your file sharing is pretty limited. For Amy, or for let's say anybody in here, like that does make a significant difference from your jumping from one platform to another.
well, this platform right here would be fine with me, because I'm not typing
Sure.
anything, so that would be
Sure.
great. If it saves $300 or $400,
Sure.
I'm for that.
So moved.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, he's making deals with you.
This is going to be a little bit more expensive.
Oh, it's gonna be more than this?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So I mean, that's going to be similar total cost to that, and then I still got to get a docking station and all that other stuff for.
These are $1,900?
No. So the
those are like 1,500, right?
Yes, yeah, so this is 1,500, that's that first line item, so that 1488. This is gonna be a couple $100 more than that.
It will be?
Yeah, to get everything with it. And so we're not gonna be saving that much money, but then I'd still have to get Amy a docking station, monitors, keyboard, mouse, all that kind of stuff to match this, to work with this.
Okay.
I mean, you're new. Because Bob didn't give you a docking station or anything
No.
for that one yet. Yeah.
So well,
There's gonna be more, we don't need to do it.
basically.
Need a motion.
I gave it to you.
Oh, you made a motion for it?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye. I thought maybe it'd save you money.
If we didn't have to buy everything else with it, probably. But
Well, you might keep that in reference
Yeah,
for future.
absolutely.
Well, but if you just got this thing, just this deal right here, no keyboards, no mouse, what's one of these brand new cost? Because Bob showed me before, this is probably worth like $25. And this one's like 10, 12 years old.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. I don't have a price off the top of my head to buy any.
Well, then maybe we need to hold off on that until we figure
I'd
out.
like to see how much one of them costs, I mean, 'cause that'd be perfectly fine for me.
Sure.
But I don't want, I mean, this sports too.
So should we retract that motion there? And
When do you have to have it? I mean, this ain't do or die, I'm assuming.
I'd like to get my laptop back from Amy, but it's fine. I'll make do for another couple weeks. I mean, yeah.
Well, you can come back next
I'll
week.
get some pricing, and I mean, I guess I need to speak with you sometime to figure out exactly what you need, for that.
here's an
Just
iPad,
the
7th
keyboard
generation.
I don't need a keyboard, I just need an iPad, so all I gotta do is scroll through and see the emails.
And I think Bob's, because I'll get one like Darren,
Mhm.
I think Bob had somebody that was gonna take mine.
Okay.
So this is an iPad 7th generation. I don't know what that means, don't know what this is even. This says $329 for an iPad 7th generation.
I'm with that we're gonna be up in the $1,000 range to get a new iPad. But again,
Check into it.
That's off the top of my head, so I'll look into it.
So do you want to retract that motion?
I'll basically amend the motion and we'll table it till, next week?
So you want to retract that and table that? So he made a motion to retract that. All in favor?
Because I don't need to word and that stuff. All I want to see is the emails.
Yeah, you can.
I can buy cheaper, I mean, I'd like to see the emails, that's the most important.
And I guess $329 probably is cheap. I've never bought an iPad. I have no idea.
I would say that very, very cheap, but yes. Cool, couple more things on here. Department spending, I'm working on a quote. I have a fear, and it may be a personal fear, I don't know, but I think that equipment, iPads, Microsoft, services are gonna be tough to get in the next 6 months or so. So I'd like to work on a quote, thinking of being $12,000, $13,000 for several new workstations. We don't have any that are that we need to replace at the moment, but in the next 6 months, I imagine that we'll have, 5 or 6. And just basically set them on the shelf. And that way, when they're ready to replace, we have them. And we're not fighting with every other, municipality everywhere trying to get an iPad or Surface or wherever.
Okay.
I understand that's a lot of money, but it may go up in the next 6 months significantly.
We'll get into a new budget year in January.
Sure.
So.
Or money wise.
So it would have to come out of Josh's budget.
So do you know where that's at right now?
18.9.
18.9.
Can you guess the numbers in each one of them?
Absolutely.
Pinning down the price?
Absolutely.
And there's not many people in here use this, right?
I'm the only one I think that has an iPad.
So, it'd be more than time these right here.
It'd be actually desktop stations,
Okay.
workstations.
Okay.
So like in the clerk's office, no iPad, no Surface, just a desktop unit.
Okay.
Monitors, we waited 2-3 months on the last couple of monitors. Bob ordered those back in July, and we didn't get them till my 3rd or 4th week here in September.
Okay.
And I think that's just getting worse. I don't think
I
it's.
think you're probably right. They're out there
Getting better. And so again, maybe it's a personal thing, but I just like to have those sitting on the shelf. I mean, obviously Bob has some ready to go right now that we could replace, and keeps everything. We can make do, but I don't want to see those go up to $2,000-3,000 a unit, and then us need 5 of them the first of next year, or the first half of next year. So just something to keep an eye on.
Okay.
Uh,
Can you give us a proposal on that?
Yeah,
If you
absolutely.
figure out
I'll
how
get
much it is?
I'll get you some hard numbers. I just kind of wanted to bring it to you and get thoughts before I mean, if you tell me no, I'm not going to work on it. So I just wanted to see.
Well, I'd like to see your numbers and how much they are each.
Sure. Like I said, 12 to 13 is kind of what I'm thinking right now. Again, that may change in 6 months, and it may be 17, 18. So if I do it now. One more thing. I've talked a little bit with some of the folks here, and I know we've had some transition in our minute taking, our note taking. There's some applications that can basically do that job, that platform for us in meetings such as these that I think would be worth looking into. I've done some research so far. I've worked with a couple of cities in the past that use these. Essentially the person sits behind the computer, they're not typing everything out. Everything comes pre-formatted, and you basically just click the box that you move on down the agenda. We are contracted right now with a company called Civics Plus. They run our website, Melinda's Agenda Center. They have a package that would do exactly what I'm talking about. I'm familiar with a couple of other companies, but is this something that you guys would be interested in?
What's the cost?
That's a good question.
That's my whole thing.
A yearly license is going to be somewhere around $1,500. That's what I've heard.
Okay. Can you find some information on that or some examples of what that does? I want to take a look at it.
Absolutely. I mean, I've done some demonstrations. I have some experience with these apps as well, and essentially, they take the agenda that Melinda creates, and in the future, whoever creates. And then off of that, you just add the minutes to it. It timestamps everything in the program. It works along with our live video system to make sure everything tracks and stays together. And essentially what Kelsey is doing right now, writing down my every word, the app will do that. So somebody has to sit behind the computer and watch it, click the boxes that they need to click. But
I'd like to see it.
Yeah,
sure.
Me too.
Okay, I'll get some more information on that.
Okay.
Thanks, folks.
Yeah. Thank you, Josh.
See you.
Have a good rest of your week.
A little bit.
No?
Hopefully you guys got my stuff in your email.
Which one?
The 4-page bullet points, and I
Was that on notes?
It was separate.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was a separate deal. It was October 28th update, department update for commissioners.
I can pass my copy around. I just didn't print multiple years of film.
You've been busy.
So we've been keeping busy with yard work and things around the building as weather limits us from outside things.
Not to be a pain, and I know you were just starting, but from what I remember, we didn't give you the A-OK to hire.
I found out about
He's
that.
probably heard about that.
There was some confusion there, and that I've had that discussed, so I just didn't go back and change that and correct things.
It's from Melinda on the 28th of October. Did you get the EMS station all figured out with thermostats and all that?
Yes,
So we're all
we installed 2 Nest thermostats up there, so hopefully we won't have that issue with the power bump. When I had Hazel's up there, that's all we could find was that there's a problem. The thermostats got stuck. So we just eliminated that potential and went to a thermostat that can be controlled remotely if need be. It's the same one that we have throughout this building. And
yeah, those ones are pretty handy. While these guys are reading that, I can talk about Christmas lights with you a little bit.
And that one, the idea was brought to me, and so in the course of her normal duties, I sent Leslie around to gather whether there was support for the idea or not before I even brought the idea to you guys. And the ball's in your court as to what you would like to do. I just brought the idea out for consideration and discussion.
I guess I'm in the camp of I just like the soft white to the courthouse. It's all simple, it's plain.
Fair enough.
I mean, that's the camp I sit in. I always hear every year when somebody drives by this thing, how beautiful they think it is with all those white lights and every window.
It was just an idea that was presented to me, so if there was enough support in the building to even bring the idea up.
The first year that they put the green lights and everything, remember all the people, what are you guys doing? Why are you doing it like that? We don't want that. Remember that?
Yep.
And then once we explained, guys, that's for the veterans. Then it
Yep.
was okay, but that first time around, everybody
They
was
thought
like,
we were getting rid of the clear ones.
oh yeah. So I'm going back to that experience. Just, yeah, if you guys have never been by here in Christmas time and nighttime, got the tree in the middle and everything's bright by it. I personally like that.
As far as I'm concerned, I'll go either way. If you want to just discard the idea, that's good enough with me.
I just think it looks clean.
Classy.
Who said classy? Did you say that? Classy. We said.
Well, you're doing a good job, Norm.
Yeah, I agree, man. There's a lot of stuff
I had a lot of people, I don't want to give you a big head or anything, compliment
Did you hear him? He didn't want to give you a big head, so don't go home.
Now, my only question in regard to the Christmas lights, at some point we go through, it's my understanding, we go through several bulbs a year just because they are on constantly. Yeah. At some point, do you want to consider transitioning those to LEDs that are a long life bulb?
What about when they go out? Can we swap them as they go out, or does that make them look odd?
I don't know. I've never dealt with LEDs of this style bulb.
Yeah.
We could do that. It might look a little odd to begin with. We do have some incandescents on hand to get this season started. Whether we'll have enough to go into another season or finish this one, I don't know. It takes around 150, 175 bulbs to 175 bulbs
Wow.
to put the candles out to begin with, because there's that many of them.
Okay. I didn't realize there was that many.
And you think you have how many extras?
We've probably got 25, maybe 50 if I go digging. I know what's
Somebody like
downstairs.
Brian said you could maybe start switching them out.
Just
Do it all on one side.
If they look all right, yeah, there you go, all on one side.
Yeah.
Go to the old
But
traditional on one side and then start in on the other side.
Maybe move bulbs
Yeah.
around
Move
as
them
they
around.
go out.
Yeah. I get if it looked odd or something.
Okay. But yeah, like I said, I think we have at least 25. There might be 50. I just know what's downstairs. I haven't gone digging around in the Christmas things in the attic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather stick with white. I'm touring on LED stuff. I hate to spend the money on it once if we can swap them and make it work.
And like, we'll use up the stock we've got, and if we go through that and if we need to order for next year, then I'll probably make that transition unless somebody has an issue with it.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the gym look like though, because some of them LEDs are completely different color.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, but like we said, if you start swapping them out and go with one side compared to the other side, it's not gonna matter, I wouldn't think.
And it's possible we could possibly get a small quantity, say 5 or 6, and see what they look like.
Well, I've changed
Yeah,
LEDs on porch, but some of them LEDs are blue and some of them are white and some of them are, I mean, they're just.
Yeah, they're not consistent.
Yeah, go ahead and get through it.
Just put together a sample, let you guys look at it and see if we want.
I think we need to get to that.
Yeah.
We'd say swap them out all around every year.
The only other thing, lighting wise, I'm researching the possibility of motion sensor switches for the restrooms downstairs. Those lights are on all day, even when they're not occupied, so the idea, if I can find a switch that'll work, you come in the door, the lights come on. After it's vacated, the lights go back out. Just some, not a whole lot, but a little bit of energy savings potentially. So I'm seeing what's out there.
You see that in a lot of places now, I mean, Walmart, the freezer, you want mine to come on,
So I'm looking in to see what the options are for
I think over
switches
time it'd be
and
compensating.
what they would cost to put in. Anything else for me?
No, does that help you? Get you a little bit of
I
direction?
think so. Thank you.
Thank you, Nolan. Appreciate the job.
Norman, you did great, okay?
Commissioners, you have a citizen citizen here that would like to speak with you if you have a second.
Sure, yeah, go ahead. You guys all right with that?
Wire or anything, gonna check it out. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
What's got fig?
Scott what?
Fig?
Okay.
I don't know if it's hurting me or not, but
Nope.
well, that's a good thing. Hey, look here. I've been down here twice to get something done in the damn driver's license place. They won't do it. They say you gotta have an appointment. Well, no more than that paperwork supposed to say I have to have an appointment. But she won't help me. And that's the second time it's happened. I went to Wichita to get my license because they wouldn't give me a driver's license because I carry a CCL. They said, we can't do it. Well, I went to Wichita and they wanted to know who the hell told me that. And I told them, well, we gals down there. And they said, that's not true. Even when I called the Secretary of Affairs, what's his name? Derek Schmidt. They said, I don't know why they wouldn't do it. And I said, well, they wouldn't.
CDL for renewal?
No, he said CCL.
CDL.
Oh,
No,
CCL.
CCL, not CDL.
Okay,
No,
right.
no. I don't drive a truck. Thank you. But, you know,
It's just a renewal?
yeah. But they said, you know, this is twice we've been here. And, you know, I had to go to Wichita last time just to get my driver's license. And that wasn't right, I didn't think, but.
I don't think the girls at the desk, I ain't sure they can do this here at Seal.
I never renewed mine because I got tired of the process.
Well, it says you can send it.
Well,
Or
I
not
think
care again.
the gentleman that comes in and does the test, I believe he can do it.
Test?
Well, that does the testing
There is no test.
For the driver's
for the
test.
driver's test.
Oh, I'm not driving.
I know, but the guy that comes in and does the work,
Oh, okay.
he can redo it.
Okay.
But I'm not sure the girls at the desk can.
I did it one time and I never renewed it.
She told me that I had to have an appointment. I said,
Well, you have
Well,
to,
that's because he's only here once a week.
Twice a month.
twice a month, first Monday and third Monday.
yeah.
That's
But-
that's probably why, I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, if you live here, why can't you just take care of it?
Well,
Instead of making me go all the way to Wichita,
I think he can take care of it.
okay?
You have to make an appointment for him. He can, but I don't
That's
think
why
the
you have
girls.
to make the point.
I don't think the girls at the desk can do it. They can do driver's license. I don't think. Don't hold me to that. I ain't sure that the people at the desk, the counter, the ladies back there, I don't know that they
Well, she
can.
told me that she could do it, but I had to have an appointment. That young gal, she got a bad attitude, I don't like her.
Well,
Excuse me.
she said she could redo it, because I know that the guy that comes in here, I know he does the work.
She told me that I had to have an
The
appointment.
treasurer's office is still making appointments. You cannot walk in
No.
and get service from them. You have to have an
When I did
appointment.
my driver's license, I had to have an appointment.
So
That
you
is
don't-
their rule, not.
It's their rule. I mean, it's not statewide.
Did
And
you
this
make an
is
appointment with
same-
him?
No, I didn't know how to, because I don't see anything in here that says I
I
had to make.
bet what they meant, you have to make an appointment when
Well,
Brad is here.
No,
No?
it's
No.
anybody. So
If
if
you
I
had to
needed
renew
to
your driver's
renew,
license.
I would have to have an appointment.
Yeah.
So you're saying that they could, do it, the girls could do it?
Sure they
Yes.
What they're trying to do is to keep people from lining up and just get piled up out here waiting.
But, you know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You didn't have any notification
No.
of calling and getting an appointment.
No.
I see that, yeah.
Yes.
And the only reason I got an appointment is because I heard
Oh.
a roundabout way. Never, it wasn't in any of my paperwork, but I heard.
See, I hadn't heard that,
Yeah.
so.
And it's probably not a statewide thing, it's probably each county to their own.
It's not statewide.
Their own. So just go
Well,
make an
that's-
appointment, I guess.
I don't
And it
know.
might be a recommendation to them, so on the paperwork they send out, please make an appointment, so people
And you
know.
wasted his trip. I don't know where you live, but
Well,
you
they're up
wasted,
north of Freeport.
so you wasted your trip to town.
Yeah.
And then found out you had to have an appointment. And
Yeah.
if you weren't like me in the middle of it, heard that you had to have appointments, he wouldn't have made
Yeah,
an appointment. So
right.
he wasted his trip to town. And I see that. I
But
from
it
town.
only open on Monday and first and the third Monday, it says, times are 8 o'clock to 4:45. All it says.
That's Brad's here. That's when Brad's here.
So he would.
I don't know who Brad is. but-
He's the guy that comes down from the state to
Oh, he is?
do the testing.
Is he here today?
No.
Testing, I don't know. Oh, you're talking about driver's license?
Yeah, totally separate deal.
Oh, yeah, that's a separate deal, yeah. So does he do the concealed carry too?
I believe so.
Yes, he does.
This is nothing. This is the first, the third.
It's first, yeah.
Yeah. First Monday. And I hate to make, you know, I hate to make it appointment because that Gallagher's not very friendly, I'm sorry.
Well, I think you'll have to make an appointment, which sounds like you want to get it.
You gotta go to Wichita and get it?
Or make an appointment, just walk over and ask them when they can do it, maybe you'll do it after dinner.
No,
They're probably full up.
yeah.
And that is an elected official's position, so that the lady that runs that office, she is elected, so we don't have, on the regulation, they're
Then
gonna.
I asked the gals over there and they said you guys had to take care of it.
Nope.
Oh, said the county does, I don't know.
That's not our office.
Okay.
We try the best.
Sorry you have to make a trip to town though, because
Well,
I
maybe-
empathize with that, I don't like to make a trip to town for nothing.
No, I don't like to either.
And gas costs too much now, they doing that.
10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you guys anyhow.
Thank you.
All right. Have a
Sorry
good
for
day.
this
Oh, that's
thing.
okay.
See what you can do about getting the appointment made.
Hopefully I won't wait till Michelle comes back, I don't want to talk to her.
This is the amended resolutions for the CID. I put the new amounts in, and so I need you all to sign those.
Okay. And remind me the numbers on
21.
Which is which?
Yeah, 122.
The Harper, the Pizza Ranch is
21.
21.
21,
Okay, where does it say that on?
The other one is 2022.
so you just put it up there.
I know, is this the pizza ranch one? I'm gonna mix them up.
Oh, shoot.
So I'm trying to read through that, figured you'd be able to point me out.
Oh, this is the Harper County.
This is the pizza ranch,
Yes,
so
that
this
was-
is 20,
And then this is
20,
Harper County.
21 dash 21, right?
Mhm.
21.
God, Brian, get me all crazy. Crazy, you have to sign that.
This first.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm just throwing this out because I'm just feeling extra.
What were you trying to say, Stu? 15 minutes to something.
Yeah.
You know, customer service training might not be a bad idea.
Begin to wonder. Well, it's just a little note on these notes as we go. But. Because.
We talked about this downstairs at the last meeting, we did customer service, did we talk about that, customer service thing?
Yeah.
PR work?
I have no problem finding, because I know that is something that, it's not
I recommend it.
any one group, it's just a
The whole,
good
the whole
idea.
place.
Yeah.
Well, I need it too. I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking this week, especially because you were.
I'd hate to follow this guy around all day.
You were.
Hey, this CID stuff, is that, can I put that in the trash or is that shredded stuff? Okay.
We need 10 minutes.
Oh, we need 10 minutes executive session.
Did you say follow him around or me?
Either one. The way you talk to me. Hey Jeff, Karen wants an executive session. Don't get too fast over there.
Just getting
Well, do we have anything, because you're usually the last one on the list, is there anything else?
Who all do you want?
Just you, me, and him.
Jason, you got anything?
Oh, they're not going.
Karen wants an executive session. He's made a motion to go into executive session. Somebody's gonna discuss what?
No, that's personnel.
All right, personnel matters, justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. The open meeting will resume in this room at 12:57. All, you wanna do it till 1? Till 1 o'clock. All in favor?
And you made that motion?
I did.
Karen
So
did.
it'd be here.
We don't know why. Personnel.
It's personnel. It'll take 10 minutes, if not more.
She was just in the hall.
She was just like, I think she went down to Richmond, these are razors.
I go chase her down. Is she down? Is she still waiting for her here yet?
Or I'm calling her.
Me too.
Oh,
Me
go
too.
go ahead.
Everybody call
You
her.
were faster.
Everybody call her.
We did, everybody was calling her.
I could have sworn mine sent them laptop, them iPads were,
Hansel, where are you
I
at?
bet cheaper than the ones I have.
Yeah, are you gonna look
Put
up
it
prices
out
on
on the
those?
loud intercom to have you come back down to the meeting. Did you not hear it?
You have your service.
Paging.
Okay, get down here, we're waiting on you.
Paging Miss Hansel.
Bye.
Don't get anything you're not supposed to get.
I never heard it.
Oh, Shelley.
She didn't hear about the intercom?
I'll get with Mike today.
Okay.
Try to stay with it for a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Man, we could be watching a pile driver right now.
Not yet, about an hour.
We're gonna watch a girl instead.
Yeah, so next time we reschedule that, I'm gonna have to add some more questions. You guys might not have made it.
Well,
on
don't
time.
have it on a day with a bunch of executive sessions, because sometimes they get long.
Tell her I said so. She had dinner on me. Really like to see that.
Do we have it in your phone?
Yes, you didn't hear it? I was on there, paging Miss Hansel. Miss Hansel to the commissioner's office, please. You didn't hear that?
I did.
I thought everybody else could hear it. It was echoing.
Well, I was up in the appraiser's office with Beth because they're doing some things that anyway, what's up?
You need to listen. About 5 minutes?
Yep, 5 minutes.
Darren wants an executive session, subject to be discussed in personnel matters. Justification for closing meeting is to discuss personal matters and not personnel. The open meeting will resume in this room at 1:07. All in favor? Aye.
Won't take long.
You said it, you're calling.
I
So I looked at my phone.
You agreed with me.
No action.
Oh. Thank you, Joy.
You bet.
You
And my
finally got that done?
karaoke.
Did you?
Is it okay?
We're, you know,
Yeah.
Not sick?
It was funny. All right. No action was taken.
No action. Good, good.
Okay, I'm done.
Any comment? Bob? All right. We'll make a motion to go into executive
So
session.
you can't blame this on Darren. And don't be saying, oh my gosh.
Subject to be discussed to be, I suppose, personnel matters. Justification
would
for
look
closing the
at that.
meeting is to discuss personnel
Right.
matters with knowledge and personnel. Open meeting will resume in this room at 1:12. All in favor?
I think that's first one. So we're gonna go.
early.
Yeah. Over there.
That's 110 there.
Yeah. We good? Meeting adjourned?
Well, you wait till they go on the sun.
Meeting adjourned then.
No action.
No action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Oh, hey, I do have one question. The tax rolls are due today, right? Tax roll to the treasurer's office?
Sure.
Are they?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought they were due today.
Well, I had to wait on, there was, renditions that were holding up everything. So I had to wait till they would.
Oil and gas?
I'm not sure which ones they were, but I had to send it to programming with CIC to figure out where it was coming from, and so I sent it up this morning, and I think they got it taken care of, so I can finish it out this afternoon.
Okay. What happens if that's not turned in today?
I don't know, nothing.
So the deadline doesn't mean anything?
I thought it was the 15th, because they've done it later before.
Okay.
But I'm trying to get it done today with
Okay.
everything else too, so.
All right. I always thought it was the first part of November, so.
All right, see you, ladies and gentlemen.
See ya. You go to the ball game Friday? Oh.